Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1402 of the War News stream. And we hope you all had a great Christmas, by the way. And also, we have gotten another Christmas present. We have gotten some very bad escalations as well. We've seen that Poland has been infiltrated by dozens of unknown objects from Belarus, still trying to figure out what that is. Also, Ukraine's preparing a possible strike on Belarus over recent escalations. And also, there's been a major U.S. deployment to Venezuela with F-22s, and we have very big news. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, folks, we're going to be covering the past 72 hours of news from around the world. Strap in, folks. It's going to be a lot to cover tonight because over the past 3 days alone, while many people were having season's greetings of joy and goodwill, one thing was certain: the Russian Federation and Belarus certainly weren't having that goodwill spirit. Neither was Thailand and Cambodia, or Israel and Iran, or the U.S. and Venezuela, or the U.S. and Nigeria, or Saudi Arabia and the Hadrami elite forces, or the Hadrami elite forces and the Saudis, or the Houthis and the Hadrami elite forces and the Saudis, and basically everyone else in between. To be entirely honest with y'all, it's actually been a pretty crazy time while we were off air enjoying the Christmas break. And we're, of course, going to be making sure to get into all of the major news that we have today, because over the course of just the past 24 hours, we have been able to hear that the Russian Federation has come under major significant strikes by the Ukrainian armed forces, once again within the areas of Crimea, Volgograd, and other regions of the Russian Federation, particularly within the Russian Don. We have also been able to see that at the same time, Poland has shot down and has confirmed to have shot down a Russian Army Orlan-10 reconnaissance drone near to its coastline in the Baltic Sea. This is the first time that a NATO army or NATO armed force has ever directly shot down, from what we know, Russian drones by their own armed forces, except for the Polish drone incursions that occurred several months ago, where the Polish engaged and shot down several Russian recon drones that violated their airspace. Additionally, around a dozen unidentified flying objects entered the area of the Polish airspace from Belarus over the course of a few days ago, ago, well, actually yesterday, with the Polish Air Force being scrambled in response. It appears that these may be Russian drones. This information right before that happened seems to suggest that several Russian drones were flying in a beeline directly into Poland right before that incident occurred. Meanwhile, the Republic of Belarus has been confirmed to have an operational Oreshnik intermediate-range ballistic missile facility near to the city of Krychal, and it does appear that this facility is operational at the moment. Meanwhile, several Russians, no joke, have literally fallen out of windows over the past 2 days. A Russian CEO, a Russian singer, and a couple of other people, and a Russian diplomat that was based out of a Russian consulate in Houston, Texas, was brought back to Moscow and arrested on film, and it was almost like Dateline NBC's Chris Hansen, but with the Russians and the FSB. It was actually kind of wild to watch. Nevertheless, we also were able to hear of other significant developments, not inside of Europe, but around the rest of the world, as the state of Israel has declared that they consider the Iranians' missile programs and rapid buildup of rocket forces to be a direct violation to Israeli national security, stating that a large missile attack could have as much of a devastating ability on the state of Israel as a small nuclear bomb, and they have vowed revenge against the Iranians for their continued buildup of missiles. We've also seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted a seizure of another vessel passing through the Strait of Hormuz over the course of the day, while the Saudi Arabians are continuing to support their forces against the Hadrami elite forces backed by the United Arab Emirates within the Yemeni civil war. The Israelis have also conducted a strike against a Quds commander within southern Lebanon, and have also conducted further strikes against Turkish drones in the Mediterranean that were getting close to Israeli airspace and believed to be conducting reconnaissance. The Syrian civil war is still ongoing at the moment, with heavy firefights continuing within Aleppo and mosque bombing occurring within the city of Homs along the M5 highway. It's unknown who in the world conducted the mosque bombing at this point, but investigations are underway by the SIG, and we have no idea what their investigation is going to uncover. Meanwhile, the Republic of India is now investing hundreds of millions of dollars into building significant roadways and infrastructure within the northern areas of Ladakh to prepare for, and believe it or not, folks, a war with China. Who in the world would have ever guessed that was coming around? Meanwhile, the Thailand-Cambodia war was supposed to end just a couple of hours ago, but it turns out that the Thai are actually preparing to invade Cambodia, as major military buildups are now being conducted by the Royal Thai Army along the entirety of the border, and the Cambodians are trying to lay out absolutely as much firepower as possible, with some Chinese-provided MLRS is quite literally exploding in the midst of use. The People's Republic of China has also announced that they have now tested out a new hypersonic glide vehicle in the area of the South China Sea, which is able to cross about 2,000 miles in 15 minutes. We've also heard that the United States of America has conducted missile strikes against ISIS cells within northern Nigeria, while at the same time, with the hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow, U.S. forces are continuing to build up, with several dozen F-22s taking off from Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, and the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group now entirely within the area of the Southern Caribbean, within strike range of Venezuela. We've also seen that they've been joined by the MV Ocean Trader, as a U.S. aircraft did fly through Venezuelan airspace within its western part of the airspace just about yesterday. Meanwhile, the United States is still chasing the Bella 1, an Iranian-flagged tanker, inside of the Atlantic. The chase has been ongoing for 5 days at this point, and we do believe that the Iranians are apparently riding in a white Bronco, and the United States of America is trying to bring in elite forces to be able to seize the vessel and finally bring it under U.S. jurisdiction and control. This is generally some of the major stories of the day.
Damn.
And as you can all tell, that took a lot.
How much do we have, man? That's a lot right there. Well, I thought they said it was Christmas. Not a creature was stirring, not even a rat. Not even Peskov was supposed to be stirring over Christmas, but it turns out not only was Peskov stirring around the Kremlin, but it seems like everybody else wanted to go berserk too on the same day. That's a lot to cover. That's hyperspeed in the summary.
I mean, really, I'm sorry, folks. I had to go extremely fast through that because we always put out a summary of what y'all are going to hear through the rest of the stream at the start, and there literally was so much, and I have to knock it out within about 5 minutes that I had to hyperdrive through that whole thing because, suffice it to say, we have an insanely large amount of news tonight, and we're going to have to get through it in each and every single bit of painstaking detail that we have over the past 24 hours in particular, but most importantly over the past 72 hours, because we have to catch up on 3 whole days of news coverage, and we have to, of course, do that tonight. So, as you all know by tradition, we are going to start with the largest story first, and then move our way on down into the smaller stories of the night. I'm sure many of you all, through that hyperspeed breakdown of what we're going to be covering tonight, heard something that at least was interesting enough that y'all are probably going to be sticking around to listen to it. And there's a lot. So, moving on into our largest story of the day, we are actually going to be moving on into Europe, and specifically the Republic of Poland, as major news has developed that the Polish Air Force has engaged and directly shot down a Russian Orlan-10 reconnaissance drone over the Baltic Sea. From what we understand, according to the information that we've been provided by the Polish Air Force and Polish authorities, a Orlan-10 drone appeared to be flying precariously close to Polish airspace in an attempt to conduct reconnaissance or in a direct flight path to directly intersect inside of Polish airspace and to fly inside of the country. Polish air forces then were scrambled, most likely F-16CJs of the Polish Air Force, which then flew directly into the flight path of the Orlan-10, engaged and shot down the Russian drone. From what we know, this is the first time in the entire history of the modern war in Ukraine that a NATO state has directly fired upon a known Russian drone and has shot it down, except for the Polish drone incursions that occurred several months ago. That was the only other time that we have heard of a country directly firing at and shooting down Russian drones that were entering the airspace of the Republic of Poland or any other NATO state for that matter, but this is the first time that we've heard of an Orlan-10 being shot down directly because of the national security threat that the reconnaissance that the drone could receive would provide to the Russian Federation, and of course put the Polish at a detriment. For that reason, the Polish Republic did take some pretty serious action. We have not heard of any official response yet from the Russian Federation about the Polish shooting down of this Orlan-10 over the Baltic, and we are not exactly sure where the drone was shot down either in the Baltic. It is a little bit ambiguous at the moment, according to Polish reports, whether or not this Orlan-10 was inside of their airspace when it was shot down, or if it was in international airspace over international waters when the drone was shot down. It's not incredibly clear, but either way, the Polish Air Force did directly shoot down a Russian drone, whether it was in their airspace or not, which is the first time that the Polish armed forces have taken a direct action against a Russian drone or a Russian army vehicle or Russian armed forces vehicle since the Russian drone incursion several months ago. This is actually the first time since that drone incursion that a NATO state has directly engaged and shot down a Russian drone. I want to make that incredibly clear because this is a fairly significant development, all things considered. At the exact same time, we had also heard major developments inside the Republic of Poland that a major flight of dozens of objects of an unidentified origin had entered Polish airspace from Belarus overnight. Warning, the incidents during the holiday season may signal a provocation. This was a fairly significant amount of crafts from what we understand, and I do want to make it clear, these are unidentified flying objects. We're not particularly sure what they were. They could have been some form of a balloon, a lot like we've been seeing flying into Lithuania. These could have been Russian Shahed drones that were not armed with any form of an active warhead. It could have been anything and everything in between. We just don't really have enough information to be able to know exactly what in the world the drones or flying objects were. Nevertheless, the Polish did pick them up on radar as active anomalies, and they did scramble the Air Force to try and respond to those incidents as well. The Polish Air Force and the Polish authorities did not state anything about engaging and shooting down any of these unidentified objects that entered their airspace from Belarus, so at the moment we believe that the Polish Air Force did not engage and shoot down any of those unidentified flying objects, and they have either landed somewhere inside of Belarus and the debris or crash site has not been found, but it does give us an idea that none of these vehicles were armed. We did not hear of any explosions occurring within Poland after these drones violated their airspace, and the F-16s, or generally the Polish Air Force in general, wasn't able to find the craft of whatever type they were, but it is showing that at the moment, Poland's airspace appears to be significantly, I guess you could call it, under siege, the best way to describe it, or at least at the moment, escalations are definitely starting to rise, especially from the Russian Federation side. We've known of multiple airspace violations that have been conducted by the Russian Federation against Estonia, and also land provocations that have been conducted by the Russians on Estonia as well, near the area of Vask Narva along the Narva River, just before we took our Christmas break. This is one of the first times, however, that we've heard of such an intensity of Polish air activity to respond to either Belarusian or Russian air incursions since the original drone incursions that were conducted by the Russian Federation around September and August of this year. This is leading us to believe that the Russian Federation and Belarus may be trying to conduct significant provocations against the NATO alliance, as we have been seeing that in recent times, the Russian Federation, while in the midst of ongoing peace talks, isn't becoming more amicable, they're actually becoming more hostile. And this has led a lot of people to believe that the Russians may or may not have sent their drones directly into Poland on purpose. And actually, as a matter of fact, a lot of people in the audience have been talking about that very matter right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this massive incursion of UFOs or UAPs that have been seen over the course of yesterday and today by the Russian Federation? Are they believing that they deliberately sent those drones in the Polish airspace, or whatever whatever objects they were, or are people thinking it was more so an accident? And what are you thinking as well?
All right, so it's a bit interesting that Russia conducted several provocations over Christmas, which is obviously an interesting time to do that, considering that everybody's celebrating the holiday. But at the same time, though, Russia never plays by the playbook. So we saw that not only was Poland invaded by dozens of unknown objects that came from Belarus, according to the military, we also saw that Poland apparently shot down an Orlan over the Baltic Sea that was also happening to go around the same area at the same time that these dozens of unknown objects violated Poland's airspace. So it seems like a strange coincidence there, but what are your thoughts? 83% said Russia likely sent drones into Poland on purpose, while 9% said Russia likely sent balloons into Poland, and 3% said it seems like something else. So what we know right now, because Poland actually put out a statement about this situation, I don't know why, but it didn't get much coverage. Maybe because most of the people like us were off for Christmas, that could be it, but it barely got any coverage. The Polish military, the Air Force in fact, is saying that several objects, over a dozen, apparently went into the area of Poland from Belarus, and they aren't really sure what it was. They're saying it could have been smuggling balloons, it could have been anything. They don't even have a clue what it is. They said they monitored it with radar, but they didn't shoot one of these down. They only shot down the drone over the Baltic, but we don't even know what these dozen of objects are. We did see over the past couple of weeks that Belarus has been sending a bunch of these unknown objects, which turned out to be smuggling balloons, into Lithuania, which turned out to be carrying cigarettes. But this could be anything. It could be drones. So me personally, I'm actually undecided on this one. I'm actually with the 5%. My gut is telling me it could be drones, but we simply don't have picture proof to say that for a fact. And it's crazy that the Poland, with their massive monitoring capabilities, they don't know either. And they're literally monitoring their own airspace. So it's very strange. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would actually be with the 84%, although I would have to give a caveat to it that they were probably not drones. It is known, at least at the moment from Lithuanian incidents, that any sort of airspace violation as being conducted from the Republic of Belarus is most likely being conducted with smuggling drones. And it appears that the Republic of Poland, while not knowing exactly what these objects were, seemed to be in the camp that it was determined that these were most likely smuggling balloons, considering that they were moving in accordance with the direction and speed of the wind. So it is incredibly likely, considering that they appeared to have been moving at slower speeds, and also with the direction of the wind over Polish airspace, that these were smuggling balloons, a lot like those that had been seen over Lithuania in prior days. This would be the first time, however, folks, that we have heard of any smuggling balloons creating a significant airspace violation within the Republic of Poland. This has become an incredibly common occurrence inside of the Republic of Lithuania, but within Polish airspace, this has been practically unheard of, and this is one of the first major incidents of such a thing happening. Also knowing prior statements from Lukashenko, where he has openly stated that the smugglers are working with the Belarusian armed forces to conduct airspace violations and cause significant disturbances within Lithuania, we would also have to believe that a similar principle is being applied to the Republic of Poland, with Lukashenko backing up and supporting the actions of the smugglers in the launching of these balloons into Polish airspace to cause significant disruptions and significant alerts to be sounded throughout the Republic of Poland to try and respond to the ongoing airspace violations that are coming from Belarus. This is also showing that Belarus is joining in actively in the Russian Federation's hybrid war against NATO states and is trying to conduct significant economic disruptions to Lithuania and Poland through closures of their airspaces caused by these balloons flying through Poland and Lithuania until they either land or are shot down by ground air defense forces. This would also lead us to
Honestly, when you really think about it, because I just remember this for a second. Remember, folks, that we just announced, and also it came out, the news did. We also have satellite proof of it tonight, that Russia has moved in Oreshniks to the eastern part of Belarus, which are the hypersonic nuclear-capable missiles, which are on the border with Poland at this point. We see that happening, and we also see Belarus sending these balloons into the Baltics and now sending them into Poland as well. So Belarus is once again getting dragged back into this whole situation. They're getting dragged into the war. And also, we'll get to it in a later segment, but Zelensky's saying that he's going to respond to Belarus as well because they're letting their airspace be used to launch attacks on Ukrainian targets. So Belarus is getting really heavily into the situation. But also another thing I want to bring your attention to, sort of lending credibility to the idea that this could be drone incursions into Poland, is because we have seen over the last week and a half that several Orlan drones have crashed on the territory of Turkey, which is a NATO state, and they seem to be all Russian Orlan drones. And we don't know why they keep crashing inside of Turkey, but it seems to be very similar to what's happening right now with Poland, which means it could be drones. We simply don't know. And it seems like Poland's being intentionally vague about the whole situation. So the one thing's for certain, they're certainly not backing down, and Belarus is getting even more heavily involved in the whole situation.
And it certainly does appear that Belarus is escalating on its own against the surrounding Baltic states on their borders and the Republic of Poland as well. Meanwhile, within the Republic of Estonia, we have finally been able to hear an official response by the Estonian government to the major sovereignty violation that was conducted at Vasknarva, a small city along the Narva River where Russian border guards crossed over onto the small shoal here, which you can see here on the screen, and actually walked on this shoal for about 20 to 30 minutes, according to Estonian border guard authorities. We were able to hear that multiple conferences, meetings, and discussions were held by the Estonian government within the capital of Tallinn about the situation and what to do. And here on this channel, we actually heavily lobbied for the concept, or more so heavily supported the concept, that the Estonians should announce a complete no tolerance policy to Russian forces crossing their border, no matter whether they're a part of the border guards or the army. Anyone who is a part of the Russian armed forces, including the border guards, were, in our words, to be neutralized on sight if any sort of border violation was to be conducted. It is an absolute challenge of sovereignty and a significant violation of Estonia's sovereignty, and also opening up the way for the Russian Federation to keep pushing the boundaries until things go from bad to worse. The Estonian government has now released this official statement over the course of the day, as the Foreign Minister Margus Tsanka has stated that any so-called green men crossing the border will be shot on sight, and Russian aircraft violating Estonian airspace risk being shot down. The Estonian Foreign Minister also stated that this is a NATO territory, and if Moscow doubts it, they can test the Estonians and find out. So, at the moment, the Estonian government has now issued a shoot-on-sight policy to any Russian border guards or armed forces that attempt to cross the border from this point in the future. If this is not indicating to anyone that that was a major border violation, that ought to be showing y'all that it was a significant border violation, and the response that we were giving on air actually ended up being the very response that the official statements of the Estonian government are now lending credit to. This was a significant border violation that was conducted by the Russian army, and if Estonian border guards or armed forces are within the area of another border violation, either by the Russian border guards or the Russian army, the Estonians will shoot to kill and will attempt to eliminate these border guards or soldiers on site once they attempt to cross the Estonian border.
I just wonder why didn't they do that the last time, though? You know, we just went over that before we went off air for Christmas. We were showing the soldiers, the new little green men, crossing over into their area inside of the country, and they didn't do anything about it. They simply watched them, they filmed the Russians crossing the border, and they didn't actually take action. So now they're saying these bold statements, saying they're going to start, you know, apparently capping the people crossing the border, which is a pretty big change. So it makes you wonder if they're serious about it or not.
It makes you wonder, but I would have to say, though, it probably is serious, because that last time that we saw was actually the first time that any such border violation like that had ever happened in recent history. I hadn't heard of any border violation like that on Estonia from the Russians as far back as I could try and look since the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I think that that was such a significant situation. They probably didn't want to act too, like a field commander probably didn't want to act too rashly and give the orders to fire if the government wasn't behind it. So they held off, waited to see what the Estonian government said. And now that that's happened and they have a running situation to work with, now they've issued the shoot on sight orders. Whether or not they're going to actually follow through with that, we don't really know. Just to be entirely honest with y'all folks, sometimes strong statements are made and then not necessarily followed through on. That's nothing against Estonia. That's just something that happens commonly within the Western sphere these days for practically every single nation and government out there, is that sometimes incredibly strong words like these can be made and then they may not be followed through on. However, at the moment, from what we know, and we have to take official government statements at face value, Estonian border guards have been given the orders to shoot on sight. If a Russian border guard crosses the border, they are to be shot at. If the Russian army crosses the border, they will be shot at immediately without any hesitancy or delay. We'll have to see if those orders are actually followed to the letter, because we may see that there is some stipulation that we have not heard about at the moment, to where the Estonian government has stated that to get the permission to fire on Russian border guards or Russian armed forces, they will have to move that request to fire up the chain of command, possibly all the way to the Ministry of Defense or the Prime Minister of Estonia to get the approval, and then move it all the way back down to that field commander so that way he can issue the order to fire to his men to then engage the Russian forces that cross the border. Nevertheless, a lot of people are talking about whether or not they believe the Estonians are actually serious about this shoot-on-sight order that has now been given to the Estonian armed forces and border guards that are patrolling the border after the Russian border guard violation occurred at Vestnarva. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So, like we said, Estonia has gotten some balls all of a sudden, and they said that if anyone crosses the border, any Russian soldiers, then they will be subject to elimination, in the words of Estonia. So, do you believe it? Very strong words right there. 56% actually said yes, Estonia is serious about that and mean it, while 20% said I'm 50-50 on this one, and another 20% said Estonia is actually bluffing and they don't really mean it. So there's two different scenarios that can happen here. Number one, Estonia actually means this, and they end up firing on a Russian soldier crossing over into Estonia's territory. There's two things that could happen. Number one, it could be the Russians say, oh, well, it was just an accident or something, we'll just let it go. Or number two, it could be the Russians baiting the Estonians into firing on their soldiers and then using that as a pretext to invade Estonia. So it could be bait. That's another possibility as well. It could be that Russia wants Estonia to do this, so that way they have provocation, so that way they can say, let's go invade Estonia. That's a possibility. So me personally, I think Estonia, honestly, I'm 50-50 on this one. Actually, with the 19%, I'm not sure if Estonia actually has the balls to do it. No offense to Estonia, but that is a big step to take, firing upon an enemy combatant. That's a very big step to take and could lead Estonia right into a war. So even though it would be 100% justified, I'm not sure if they're actually going to follow through with it. So I'm 50-50. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I'm probably going to be with the 56% because while I'm also kind of with Matthew there, that I'm in the middle, I'm leaning more towards the side they may actually follow through with this because the only way to deter further Russian actions is to just shoot them on sight. I mean, that's just the honest truth of it. Now, there is a lot of ambiguity that could go into a possible engagement in that situation. Let's take the Vestnarva incident and then replay that with the shoot-on-sight order existing and then see how it would turn out in a whole bunch of different hypotheticals. If the Estonian border guards were present in this area when that border violation happened, they could have opened fire on those Russian border guards and possibly wounded or killed all of them at that one spot. If that was the case, they are actually on a shoal with really no way to leave quickly to where it could be denied later by the Russians that they had actually crossed the border. If that was the case, the Estonians would have a clear defense policy or defensive justification to firing on these border guards and hitting them on sight. Now, there is something else that could be done here in another instant. Say that the Russians crossed the border right here, and the Estonians fired upon them and wounded or killed several of them. The Russian border guards may have orders at that point to take the corpse of one of their dead comrades and drag it right back across the border into Russia, so that way when an investigation is conducted, the Russians could claim that the Estonian border guards had acted rashly and had actually fired upon Russian forces while they were still inside of Russia, indicating a clear hostile act of aggression against the Russian Federation, which would then give them a defensive justification to conduct a war against Estonia. Then there's a whole bunch of other myriad of situations or hypothetical scenarios that could happen in that moment that makes this an incredibly difficult decision, especially for a field commander, say a company commander of a border guard detachment or the Estonian army, that would actually have to give that order to fire. This could end up starting in a major war, especially if the Russians are actually able to create enough plausible deniability if they had actually crossed the border in that sort of a situation. So I'd have to say, while it's generally a 50-50, I think that the Estonians may actually follow through on that. There may be also a greater deal of breadth that may be given to field commanders to issue warning shots to the Russians that are crossing the border, to give them a warning to turn around and go back. That's also incredibly likely at this point, that they won't fire directly to quite literally neutralize on sight any Russian border guards or armed forces that cross the border. They may give some warning shots to start off and then start firing directly at them. But at the moment, I would have to say that I'm leaning more towards the side that they probably will start to open fire on Russian forces or border guards if they attempt to cross the border. We do have to remember...
Also, though, what about this though? If the Russian soldiers do what they did last time, which is they barely crossed over the border, they did linger for quite some time. They were there for about 20 minutes in Estonian territory. But let's say they barely cross the border and hang out for a long time, let's say a couple of hours or so, and then the Estonians are like, "Hey, we're going to start, shooting because we're going to protect our border." And then these bullets start flying into Russian territory. Could the Russians then just say, "Hey, look, the Estonians just started firing into our territory," and give them a pretext at that point to say that they were attacked, and then go from there?
That is also the case. That could be a possibility, but the Estonians could just state that it was collateral and that they were firing at Russians directly within their border, and the fact that the bullets flied across their border was due to the fact that the Russians had already violated their borders in the first place. There also is an additional caveat that I have to add into those hypothetical scenarios. Even if the Russians had the ability, in say another border violation, to drag the corpse of a border guard back into Russia and then claim that he was actually shot and killed inside of Russia's territory, there also is the fact that the Estonians could be filming the incident by drone, by soldier, or by a camera on a building nearby, and they could actually film the Russians dragging a wounded or dead border guard back across the border to then later claim that the firefight had actually happened while the border guards were still in Russia, which then defeats the Russian story. But that also is entirely dependent, folks, on a soldier having a camera on a drone recording and filming that border guard detachment, or a building being nearby to film that border engagement, which may not necessarily be the case. While that was the case in Vasknarva, there are a lot of other areas, especially along the southern Estonian-Russian border, where there are not a large amount of populated settlements or active cameras. You also have to remember that most soldiers generally have within Western militaries a decent amount of orders for operational security's sake to not film a lot of anything, meaning that there may not be a lot of cameras around or on when a border engagement happens, meaning that it may end up becoming a story of their word versus ours. And then that could start to lead to a decent amount of ambiguity to where the Russians could try and state that they were actually fired upon while inside of Russia and they're going to respond defensively against Estonia's provocation. So there's a lot of gray area involved in that, and you would have to be able to make sure that if something like that happened, you remove as much gray area as possible, and either there is a Russian border guard or soldier laying dead inside of Estonia to where there's undeniable proof that the engagement happened while they were violating their border, or something along those lines. Otherwise, this could end up being a pretty sordid affair and probably end up with enough gray area that the Russians could justify a defensive war against Estonia more so than anything else. But we actually have breaking news coming out at this very moment on air. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we do have some breaking news right this second. And for sure, if you could quickly go to Flight Radar 24, we have a major incident happening right now over the skies of Ukraine, a NATO plane. And once again, let's inspect this and make sure this is the case. It could be simply a prediction error on Flight Radar 24, but there's a NATO aircraft going into Ukrainian airspace right now. It appears to be an E-3 Sentry that is currently passing through the most westernly part of Ukraine. So I'm trying to figure out if this is an active flight path that we're looking at here, or maybe it's a prediction. It's not. It looks like a prediction to you.
Yeah, it looks like a prediction to me because the line is solid blue near Rezhau, and then it turns to an opaque color once it turns southeast towards Ukraine. So it looks like it's a predicted flight path.
Are you sure about that, though? Because it looks like it's solid blue all the way up to the point it enters Ukrainian territory.
It doesn't look like that on my end, because if I show you what's on my end here, you can see that up here it's solid blue, see right there, and then right here it goes to a more opaque color. So I think this is a predicted flight path.
Interesting. Well, if it may be predicted, that's why I want to inspect it live on the air. But one thing that is interesting, though, let's take that out of the equation for a second, that it went to Ukrainian airspace. It looks like it did a racetrack near the usual area where they currently monitor for drones coming from Russia into Polish territory. But it took a southerly turn right before it started going allegedly into Ukrainian airspace. And it started going toward the bottom part of Poland, which I've never really seen before currently right now. So that was interesting. So I'll be honest with you, this is probably a predictive flight path, maybe, possibly, but I'm not totally sure. It does appear to be on a very straight flight path, though, which does suggest it is predictive.
Let me look at it off screen, because actually, by the way, Matthew, I don't have Flight Radar Gold at the moment. For some reason, there was a payment error, so I got to try and fix that. So I don't want to show it on screen too much because I don't want ads for the mange popping up on air again. But
the card decline? Are you telling me our card declined? What are you saying?
Man, I'm struggling. Man, I'm struggling. I'm struggling over here. But Yeah, actually, Matthew, I'm looking at the other instances where it kind of had that more opaque color, and every single time it would turn into a straight line, like a perfectly straight line with no deviation. So I think that that is a predicted flight path showing it going into Ukraine at the moment.
Interesting. Okay, so let's back up for a second. That's why I said I want to inspect it live on the air. So it's currently, at least if, for what we know right now, it's not in Ukrainian airspace. But the big deal is it is somewhere still in the area. Apparently, it turned off its transponder, so we're not sure where it is right now. And that's why I guess they're predicting the flight path. But we are seeing right now as well. It looks like another NATO aircraft, an A330. I believe that's a refueling tanker, is also circling around the most easternly part of Poland. And right now, they're protecting their airspace inside of Poland with F-16s to make sure that no Russian drones that are currently attacking Ukraine end up going into Polish territory. So that's an ongoing situation. We're going to keep an eye, though, on that NATO 05 aircraft because I don't know why it turned off its transponder. Does it usually do that? Because I think they leave them on typically when they're in Poland.
Usually they do, but sometimes they do turn them off. We have seen in prior incidents that A330 Voyagers of the Royal Air Force will turn off their transponders while operating within southeastern Poland. So it's likely, considering that the airspace, from what I can tell, has been mostly cleared out in the area and there isn't really a lot of civilian traffic, they may turn off the transponder for a while for security purposes.
Interesting. I tell you though, Flight Radar 24 has got to like make it much clearer though when these predictive flight paths turn on because at first that looked like a solid line to me and I was like, that looks like a plane going into Ukraine right there. That's something else. But you know, I wish they'd make that clearer. Like because there's been so many people tripped up by that, including me tonight, just for a split second, that I thought it was over. I was like, what is NATO doing? They're going into Ukraine. That's crazy.
So let's see here. Yeah, it looks like to me it is a predictive flight path. Unfortunately, I tried to pull up what those will look like, but it actually looks like there's been a decent amount of changes to the Flight Radar 24 interface over the years. So examples in prior forms of Flight Radar don't really stand up to what it looks like right now. But from what I can tell, it looks to be predictive.
Interesting, interesting. Also, by the way, I do see people mentioning the major attack that Kyiv's under right now. We do see that, and we are going to cover that, I believe, later on in the stream. But yes, there is currently a major attack ongoing by the Russians right now on Kyiv. It's one of the worst of the war, actually. It's really horrific, and it's going on right this second. But we'll cover that a little bit later.
And of course, moving on from that and right back into our news, speaking of the ongoing tensions between NATO on its eastern frontier and the Russians in Belarus, we have also seen that satellite photography has finally emerged of the Oreshnik facility inside of Belarus. And we've actually been able to find where this is. It is actually near to the former Krechev 6 aerodrome, which is inside of eastern Belarus. From the best I could find, it appears that it's near to this city right here. And I couldn't find exactly where within the perimeter of the city that it was. It did have GPS coordinates right here. But if I put those in, and let me see if I can put those in, 53.73, let's see, and then, let's see, 31.91. Let's see if we get it. It's actually right here. Oh, what do you know? Like, man, I looked around this forest right over here and went, oh, I can't find it. It was actually right over here. So this is actually the facility that we believe is being used at the moment by the Russian Federation. So let's see if we can line this all up to make it all make sense. So is there a railhead through here somewhere? There appears to not be, at least in this picture. So let's see here. There's a lake down here and a forest that skirts out into that area. This may not actually be. This states that it's Krechev 6, and this states that it's the Krechev 6 aerodrome. So I don't know if the landscape has changed any recently from this satellite picture that was taken. But let's see if we can line up. Okay, so here's the former barracks right here. So that appears to be the former barracks. And let's see, this would be. So this is the Krechev 6 aerodrome right here. So from what we can tell, from what we're seeing at the moment, there is a lumber mill that's been set up on the eastern side of the tarmac, very Russian of them all. We've also seen that there's a larger technical area that's being set up, along with a disused airfield, which we may believe as a launching point for the TELs to set up and fire the Oreshniks from. We can also see that they have set up and apparently constructed some sort of a secured railhead within this area right over here, near to the barracks, or generally near to this abandoned area in the wood. It appears that entire area has been cut down and they have rebuilt a railhead ahead in this area, and we can also see some additional construction ongoing as well at this time. We believe that this is one of the Oreshnik deployment sites at the moment, and it appears that they have based this pretty much right across the Russian border. It's not that far into Belarus for that matter. Let me show you all exactly where this is, which actually means, interestingly enough, that Kyiv is still outside of firing range, but the entirety of Poland is within firing range, literally from the Belarusian border on over through Europe. Unlike other predictions, which believed that it was going to be based centrally within Belarus, probably somewhere between Minsk and Bobruisk, this is actually so far east that the entirety of Poland is actually within Oreshnik strike range, literally from the Belarusian border all the way to Germany. So then is making some changes at the moment and is actually showing, once again, that due to the basing of this missile system, it's not really meant to directly threaten Ukraine. This is actually meant to more so directly threaten European states within NATO, due to its distance allowing for the Oreshnik to even hit within the very border regions between Belarus and Poland at its minimum strike ranges. We've also been able to hear outside of that additional news and developments moving on out of that area of the ongoing attacks that have been going on right now inside of Ukraine. But more importantly, over yesterday when we heard of the smugglers' balloons that were allegedly flying into Poland, we also saw that some Russian drones appear to have been beelining directly to the border and into Poland, although we cannot confirm if those drones actually entered Polish airspace or not. Moving on out of that, we've also been able to hear that within the Russian Federation, there have been some very significant developments that have been going on over the past 3 days. For one, we have been able to hear that, according to the President of the United States, the Russian economy is in very tough shape. This actually comes after, I think he said a while ago, that the Russian economy was generally doing okay and that they were eventually going to win the war, but now apparently the economy is in very bad shape. Something that we've been reporting about heavily on the channel, and it appears that at least for now, the president's generally lining up with that sort of a belief. Meanwhile, we've also been able to hear that while peace talks are ongoing, the Russian Federation is claiming that the Ukrainians are trying to torpedo the peace talks, because they're trying to, of course, have a conditional peace where there has to be compromise instead of an unconditional surrender to the Russians. So the Russians are taking it as the Ukrainians are trying to just screw them over. Additionally, we've also heard that according to statements that Putin's made to oligarchs within the Russian Federation, he stated that he was still demanding the entirety of the Donbass in the negotiations with the United States. Once again, showing that the Ukrainians and the Russians are never going to find common ground on that, because the Russian Federation wants the entirety of the Donbass, and the Ukrainians are claiming that the front line will be frozen where it is, and whatever part of the Donbass the Ukrainians still have under their control will remain under Ukrainian control even after the conflict ends. Meaning that any peace deals that are being attempted right now are still going to fall face flat, because they are never going to find common ground on that one issue. Meanwhile, we've also been able to see that a pretty interesting guy was arrested. Here's a frame of the video that we're about to show here in a second.
Oh man, that's a look right there of pure fear. Like you rarely ever get to see something like that. That guy right there thinks he's about to get tossed out of a window. You can tell he thinks it's coming.
Man, this is that look that lets you know that this guy knows he's in very bad trouble in Russia. But according to what the Russians have claimed, Arseny Konovalov, who's the guy you're seeing right here, is a former Russian consulate official in Houston, Texas. And he has been sentenced to 12 years in a high-security penal colony and fined 100,000 rubles, which is $10,000 US, for treason. The FSB stated that he approached U.S. intelligence to sell classified material while posted in Texas. Arrested in March of 2024, the case marks one of the most serious diplomatic breaches in recent years. If y'all thought that picture was funny, we actually got the video, and it's even better. So, here's the clip. It's great. So, here y'all go. He's like, huh?
Oh man, he saw the badge of death right there. That badge right there whipped out some fear in him. What these are FSB guys in the car, aren't they?
Yeah, these are the FSB goons in the car with them.
Oh yeah, honestly, they're going pretty light on him. Usually they just do something different, but this guy got the car.
Man, this hand came reaching out of the back, and you hear it, "Ain't nothing like a dirty party," and he went, "Oh!" Like he was like, "What?" It's like, what do you mean?
Oh, they took his phone.
Oh, bro, he is quite concerned.
You're gonna look through his search history.
So now they're cuffing him. Man, now he's just like kind of like hunched up in the corner of the car. He's trying to stay as far away from everyone as he possibly can.
Man, those FSB are like straight up goons. That guy's wearing a hoodie back there, like he's from the streets or something. All these guys look sketchy as hell. Like this is their secret police looking sketchy like that.
Yeah, this is the secret police of Russia. This is what they look like. We now see the Squid Game van pulling up that he was inside of.
You're telling me he voluntarily got into this blacked out van with windows you can't hardly see out of? It's like, who voluntarily gets in a van like that?
Dude, I don't know. Also, who in the hell would look at a guy wearing a balaclava and a fanny pack and go, yeah, this is a guy I can trust. I'm hopping in this van. Hell no. I'll be like, bro, get your own man. Like, I'll be like, I'm getting out of here. So now they're bringing him on out.
I guess they're gonna fondle him on the way in. They're just touching all over this guy.
Man, they're a little handsy, I will admit.
Straight into the courthouse,
and then
they put him in the cage.
They put him in the bird cage.
Straight from the Squid Game van to the bird cage. That's a tough life.
Oh, and when you see it, I believe that this is what is in Russia an arraignment. Although I don't think they have an arraignment. So we now see him putting the cuffs back on. What type of shirt did they put him in? Yeah, like
that guy needs to hit the benches or something.
Damn. Like, so then he's just kind of sitting there, just kind of looking around.
He's in shock. He's in absolute shock right now. He can't believe this.
I'm not going to lie, folks. It's kind of a little bit psychotic that in a place like Russia, if you're accused, you're put in a cage like you're already guilty in court. It's like you're some sort of barbaric animal like in there. It's like it's absolutely insane.
Also, by the way, I see some people saying, why are you guys laughing at this guy? We don't know if this guy actually did what they're claiming he did. They're alleging that he tried to meet with U.S. intelligence. We don't know that for a fact. There's been no corroboration of that whatsoever, and the Russians are known to arrest people for false reasons. If you simply piss somebody off in Russia, they'll come and arrest you for that reason alone and drum up some fake charges to put you in prison. So we simply don't know what's the truth here.
Yeah, I mean, like, the honest thing is, folks, is that we don't know, but there's a high chance that this guy was actually a loyal bureaucrat of the Russian Federation, and at some point recently, he's miffed someone, so now they're going to bring up charges that he was trying to sell spies to, sell secrets to the U.S. While he was in Houston, and now he's going to be held on trial for that. Because you have to remember, folks, that Russian generals are all involved in corruption to extreme degrees. It's only when they piss someone off that they're ever held accountable for that. So it's highly likely that this guy may have not done that at all, and they're just getting him at this point because they want to get him, and he's pissed someone off within the government. So a little bit interesting with that, and I got to tell y'all, it was kind of memeable, to be entirely honest, with how the guy was reacting, so we had to show it and get a little bit of a kick out of it. Meanwhile, speaking of kicks, apparently the FSB has been kicking some folks out of the window, because we have been able to hear that ex-Deputy Defense Minister Colonel General Yuri Sotvenko has died in Moscow at age 56 from heart disease. He was a longtime Shoigu associate, and meanwhile, another musician actually literally fell out of a window from his apartment and died the same day that this happened.
That's awful right there. This guy's heart yearned so much for Russia that it took him out. It just took him out. What was this? This guy was only like 56 years old. They're saying a heart disease at 56 years old. It's possible, yes, but a Russian general with a heart disease at 56 just passing on randomly like this in the midst of major frontline failures, it looks a little strange. A musician also happening to stumble off a balcony, a 10-story balcony, a little bit strange. Sounds like it could be a purge.
Doctor, what happened to him? He had heart disease. What's the technical description? 9 millimeters straight through the heart, very quick. It was very swift, and it's very, it's something that we just cannot predict in medical industry here in Great Russia. It's like this guy was the former deputy defense minister. This guy has top-of-the-line medical care. He's at the very top of the Russian echelons. Even if he is the former Russian deputy defense minister, he's still at that circle, socially. So for the guy to drop dead like that from an unknown heart disease, basically, that's pretty bizarre, to be entirely honest with y'all.
Yeah, and also he was a great friend of Shoigu, a very close associate of Shoigu, who's now no longer the defense minister in Russia. So, to me, that seems like it could be something related to that. That really doesn't seem like heart disease, if you ask me.
It doesn't seem like it at all to me either. It seems to me like the guy got a little bit of a case of that dropsy disease, which comes on very suddenly and usually from a bullet. But moving on out of Moscow and on generally out of the Russian Federation for a moment, we actually have to move on into all the other major news that we have around the world for a moment before we get back on into Europe and Ukraine. But before we do that, though, I do want to talk for a brief moment about the ongoing peace talks that have been going on with Ukraine. Just before we hop out of this, I do want to give a little bit of some updates. One, Zelensky has talked in detail about the current 20-point peace negotiations that are currently ongoing. Talks are still happening in Miami between Ukrainian and U.S. delegates about the particular details of this 20-point peace plan. And Zelensky has stated that a referendum would have to be a necessary part of it to see if the Ukrainian public would be willing to accept the terms before they even present it. Well, actually, this would come as they present it to the Russians, because Zelensky also added that they would need to have a 60-day ceasefire to be able to have this referendum for the Ukrainian public to state whether or not they were in agreement with the actual peace plan and whether they wanted to end the war now or keep it going until later in the hopes that they would eventually be able to wear the Russians down to where they got an amicable peace where they're not having to give away anything. It's more so mutual. That's something that we have been hearing of at the moment. That's actually what the Russians are stating as torpedoing peace talks, which is absolutely crazy to hear. And we've also heard that apparently the President of the United States had to weigh in and state that Zelensky doesn't have anything until I approve it. And also the President's ready to talk to Putin soon and as much as I want. So for some reason, just making it clear that he runs the show, although Ukraine could just walk off and do their own thing without the U.S. being involved, because they already are getting $105 billion from Europe in weapons support, so it's not necessarily like they need the United States to keep fighting on for even the next 3 years at this point if they were to spend $30 billion a year in European funds, which was the common spending ratio that we had seen in prior years. A lot of people are actually talking about what is going on with this entire peace deal at the moment and the Russian claim that Ukraine is trying to torpedo the talks. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So after Russia said that and claimed that Ukraine was trying to torpedo the talks, even though the 20-point peace plan is coming out seems to have some more Russian elements in it, which would seem to appease Vladimir Putin, that's not still not good enough for Putin. He still wants to say that Ukraine is trying to torpedo the talks. So as a result of that, he launched a major attack on Kyiv tonight, which has knocked out power stations. It's also, I would imagine, unfortunately, probably taking out innocent civilians as well, because it's very widespread, and that's currently still ongoing as we speak. So that is Putin's version of a peace plan, is launch major missiles, and we're being told hypersonics, at the capital with civilians densely populated in it. So what are your thoughts? 61% said Russia is the one nuking the talks, while 21% said Russia is simply trying to pressure Zelensky into a deal, and 10% said it's true, Zelensky is trying to torpedo the talks. And I would say, I'm of course with the 61%, Russia is the one nuking the talks. There was a report that came out yesterday saying that Putin believes it's more profitable to keep the war going, because they have a war economy, than it is to stop the war. So all he's doing by doing these negotiations is avoiding the U.S. sanctions that might be slapped on Russia further. So, of course, that's what we've been saying for a long time. It's nothing new, but we are getting more corroboration of that. So for all the folks out there, it's like, oh, they're right on the cusp of a peace deal. It's the same old thing. Putin will not agree to it, and that's the simple bottom line of it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to do with 61%. The Russians have been nuking peace talks since the beginning of the year. They have shot down every single peace proposal, even ones that more so are favorable to Russia than anyone else, and even putting Ukraine and the U.S. and Europe at a detriment, and they've still shot those down completely. There's no question at all that the Russians do not want peace, and any illusions that the Russians actually still want a peace is just a fool's errand at this point, and is foolhardy to keep believing that and keep working on that assumption. They made it openly clear that they're not working on that assumption, so why are we? That's really the question that we always have to ask on the channel, because it just doesn't make any sense at all why we're even trying to continue to talk to them. The smart thing to do, folks, this would be the smart thing, is just give Ukraine as many many weapons as they could get, even ones that they shouldn't get, to put as much pressure on the Russians that they're going to collapse unless if they actually get a peace deal done. We're not here to try and get a deal, just any deal. We're here to trying to get a good deal. The United States of America and its government shouldn't be looking for any cheap deal. That's how we sell out the country. We should be looking for an incredibly good deal, which comes from a position of strength. And if we want a position of strength, we got to give the Ukrainians enough armaments and ordnance to be able to obliterate the Russian army on the field and to obliterate the Russian economy at home, to force them into a position where all they can do is either escalate to their very own demise and endless destruction, or to actually come to the peace table and actually have a damn about where it's going to go and meet us in the middle. If they're not willing to meet us in the middle, then this war will not end, and ending it now would be an absolute detriment not only to the Ukrainians, but to the United States and our largest trading partner, the European Union. Also, why is the U.S. making statements? And of course, it's kind of a rhetorical question. We kind of know why they're making statements like that. It's like status quo at this point to cause chaos. But why are they making statements saying that unless they want to approve something, then Zelensky won't get it? Is the U.S. officials not aware that the EU just gave Ukraine $100 billion to play with through a loan to buy whatever weapons they need, and they don't have to buy the weapons from the United States. They can buy them from Europe if they want to. So I don't even understand. Like, people have to understand, like, people that have that type of mindset, that when you don't have leverage, you can't go around threatening people, and you also can't go around issuing ultimatums either, because it's not going to lead you anywhere. You don't have leverage. So if Ukraine wants to fight the war, and like they probably should at this point, because Russia's not willing to come to the negotiating table fairly, then they have the money they need to keep the war going for years at this point without the United States. So I'm not sure why the U.S. is even playing hardball anymore. They don't have leverage. Man, is that coming from personal experience? But man, outside of that, I'm just kidding, by the way, about that. We all know the answer to that one. You know, it's on both of our ends. That's from personal experience. But outside of that, I would have to say, folks, that Matthew's entirely right on that. The United States doesn't have any leverage at all in this current situation whatsoever to tell the Ukrainians they're going to approve or not approve anything. The Ukrainians are going to have to live with it. Do y'all want to know how much leverage the U.S. really has? In Thailand and Cambodia, and Thailand is about as small an economy as Ukraine was pre-war, Thailand just told the United States to get lost, and they don't give a damn what the U.S. does to them. And in response, the U.S. had literally no leverage. We just completely ignored that situation and acted like the war isn't going on now because it was so embarrassing how the Thai went from having to pretend like the U.S. was a nice country and the president was a nice guy to literally telling him to kiss their ass and they were going to do whatever they want and there was nothing he could do about it. And then he just had to walk off and act like it wasn't going on. And that war is still going on right now, and mostly in Thailand's favor. That's basically the same position the Ukrainians could take, is at this point, they could just tell the United States, kiss our ass, we're not going to listen to you because you have no leverage, and then continue to strike and obliterate the Russian Federation until they eventually get an amicable ceasefire. That's what generally is going to happen eventually if the U.S. keeps trying to play its hand a little bit too much, is that they're going to completely lose it. Because one thing people have got to understand is that while the United States is the largest and most powerful country in the world, we don't really work on military might entirely. There's also a lot of really more so the pen being mightier than the sword at play, especially in foreign policy and diplomacy, to where we're generally counting on other nations to have goodwill and friendly relations with us for us to exercise any form of actual measurable power in the world. It's not always about military might and threatening people and telling them that if you don't do this, this is going to happen to you. Most of the time, it's just, we're great friends, we have a great relationship, could you do us a solid? And then we'll owe you one in the future. And that's generally how foreign policy and diplomacy works in its rawest form and in its most simple form. But anyways, moving on from that, I would generally have to say it's definitely the Russians that are torpedoing this. Also, speaking of that Thai example that I just brought up, y'all better whip out the Thai peanut noodles because we're going to be getting on down into the casino war because a lot has been going on down there. And it appears that the ceasefire that the two just negotiated between each other just collapsed a few hours before we went live on air, and they're going to most likely be conducting a land invasion into Cambodia here soon, from what we can tell. But before actually, to say this live on the air, we've apparently seen that there's been I guess you could say they backed the date up for the ceasefire. So it looks like, according to the new document we're seeing, and it looks like the Thai are the ones who apparently brokered this new ceasefire. It's supposed to go into effect tomorrow on the 27th. So not totally sure about the timing on it, but there may still be a possibility that this ceasefire will go into effect. It looks like it's been signed by the Cambodian Minister of National Defense and the Minister of Defense of Thailand. So
we've seen this before a couple of times, and it turns out the ceasefire was broken almost immediately. So I think there's still a possibility of it happening.
There is a possibility. I actually didn't know that. Thanks for sharing that, Matthew. Because the last thing I'd heard, folks, before we came on air, was that the last ceasefire timetable had already been broken and it was still going on. And also, a lot of the video and picture evidence we're getting from the ground right now is actually showing that the Thai look to be preparing for a ground invasion into Cambodia at the moment, which also leads us to believe that these ceasefires are going to be incredibly precarious and may be subject to failure. But we'll have to, of course, play that by ear in day to day to see what happens. But before we move on into the Thai-Cambodia war and also generally Southeast Asia as a whole, with a little bit of additional news that we've gotten from around the area, I do want to make sure to take a moment to thank all of y'all for being with us on our homecoming stream after Christmas. We had a peak viewership tonight of 13.4 thousand people. That actually filled up the largest auditorium within the United States, and we've already had 60,000 people watch the stream in the first hour. That's 1,000 a minute. I'm going to thank every single one of y'all so much for enjoying this channel so far, and hopefully getting a lot of information out of our news coverage as usual. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure to subscribe. We covered this news literally every single day of the week, except for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, but 6 days a week at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, every day but Monday, we run news streams like this, covering all the major foreign policy and diplomacy developments around the world. And not only that, we also make short war videos as well. So, if you don't like the long format, we also have shorter 20 to 30 minute long videos that come out as well, explaining all of the big points, but in a shorter amount of time. But before we move on into Southeast Asia, the Middle East, the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, the tiny Nigerian bit of news, and also everything else that's left in Europe, I do want to make sure that we take just a moment to get a couple of questions from the chat before we move on into the rest of our news. Make sure to stick around, folks. We're going to take 3 questions in this segment, so everyone can have a little bit of a halftime to go get a snack, maybe go to the restroom or check some emails, and then we're going to be getting right back to our news coverage and belting out all of the other major developments that have happened in literally every other corner of the world, and then getting back into Ukraine. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, before we jump into our first 3 super chats, just want to give this breaking piece of news. We have gotten confirmation that on Sunday, December the 28th, which is just a couple of days away, it's confirmed that at 3 o'clock Florida time, that's Eastern Standard, the president of Ukraine will participate in a bilateral meeting with the U.S. president in Palm Beach, Florida, and it looks like it will be covered by the out-of-town White House travel pool. So we will be able to see that on camera, at least a good portion of it, not the private closed-door negotiations, but we will be able to see at least how he's being treated on camera. So we will see that on Sunday around 3 or about 4 o'clock, I think, in our time. I'm not really sure how that translation works out, but we will be seeing that on Sunday. So a big piece of news with that. But jumping into our first super chat of the night, though, this one goes to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A, and he puts in a massive, a whopping $250 support tonight. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that massive support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. That is by far the largest one tonight. And Bobby said, well, but come back, ho, ho, ho.
Hey, and thank you so much for the impressive support and helping this channel to keep on running, Bobby. And of course, we're more than happy to be back. Ho, ho, ho. I gotta say, it's a wonderful thing. We've been filled with jollyment and cheer and merriment over Christmas. We had a great Christmas, folks. Matthew got me a Roomba, and I got him a Lego Concorde. So I think it was a pretty good Christmas overall. And hey, I had a blast with it. I was having a pretty good time. We actually went for a hike and everything. It was a fun time on Christmas Day. We had a good moment. So I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Bobby. And we are more than happy to be back. Because to be entirely honest, while it's nice to have some time off here and there from the channel, it always feels weird and it almost feels like we're living without any skin, like on our body when we're not running a show. It just feels completely abnormal. And so we are always very happy to be able to get back on air and cover all of the news and developments and details of what's going on around the world, because it is what we love to do. We don't do this, folks, just for the business of it. We do it for the love of the game. And so that's why we don't have memberships and all that stuff, folks. We do it for the love of the game. But we do thank you massively for the support, Bobby, because while we do it for the love of the game, your support helps us to be able to keep our lights on and eventually be able to pay off that $20,000 of credit card debt. I'm just kidding, by the way. That's not actually true. I don't have $20,000 of credit card debt. But it helps us to be able to keep the lights on and buy those Costco chickens, so that way we can make sure to keep this thing on air and to continue to do it for the love of the game. And also, by the the way, I saw some people in the chat earlier like, man, is the enforcer like broke? Actually, I'll tell y'all folks, like, just to give you a little bit of detail why the flight radar 24 thing happened. My card, when it was charged, it freaked out, and the bank was like, oh, fraudulent charge, so it completely stopped the charge. So I have to go through and tell them, no, it's good. This isn't some like prince from Nigeria. Speaking of that, we're about to get to that in a little bit, who's, you know, trying to, you know, get a Flight Radar 24 subscription. That's me. So that's the issue that I have to try and fix. So yeah, that's why I don't have Flight Radar 24 Gold at the moment. That happened in the middle of the Christmas break. Very fun. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into the next. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support, Bobby, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just some more details about that Thailand and Cambodia ceasefire. This is a brand new one, by the way. This ceasefire, the first one apparently got trashed because it wasn't agreed to or something, or got thrown out. This new one is an immediate ceasefire, so it's in effect right this very minute. So the timer is ticking at this point. It's just basically basically a kettle cooker at this point, or whatever you call it. What's that thing called? A pressure cooker? There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a pressure cooker, basically, to see which side's going to fire again first. It could be Cambodia or Thailand. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, there is an immediate ceasefire in effect between those two countries, and it was not brokered by the United States. So the U.S. stepped out of the equation, and Thailand apparently brokered this one on their own after they told the U.S. to piss off. So very interesting. But anyways, jumping into our next support here, this one goes to Cerebus 3 or Cerebrus 3, and thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that massive $200 support right there. And we do appreciate that massive support very, very much. That is huge right there, humongous. And they said, hey there, and I've been watching the channel for a year or so now, and I appreciate what you do and handling news in a non-biased opinion, regardless of political atmosphere. And Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you as well, and thank you for the unbelievably massive support. I gotta say, we love to know that people have been watching this channel for a while. A year is a long time. Well, you kind of get spoiled though, because there will be people here like BC Skyman who've been watching for 4 years at this point. But a year is a long time to watch a channel. A lot of people can kind of ebb and flow in and out of a channel in less time than that. So it's great to know that you've been around for that long, Cerebrus. And I gotta say that it's an incredible and wonderful thing to know that you enjoy the way that we do this. We have stayed the same for 4 straight years. It's always funny when people sit there and say that we get political, because we find issue with folks no matter their political affiliation, because we stay the same, but nobody else does. One day, you know, for political people, they'll be told that Ukraine is a devil and they're stealing money out the kazoo, and they'll believe it. And then the next day they can be told that Ukraine is a great country fighting a heroic struggle, and then they'll just believe that off the bat. We'll stay with the same point that Ukraine's fighting a heroic struggle no matter who's saying what. And if people change around us and find an issue with what we're saying, it's them that's changed, not us. We've been doing this the same way for 4 years, and I gotta say that we love to know that folks like you greatly appreciate our commitment to remaining on the same talking points and working off of the same logic, regardless of the public zeitgeist on those topics, and making sure to cover the news with as much detail and information as we can every single day. It's folks like you who help us to be able to buy those Costco chickens, keep the lights on, and to be able to make sure that we have a drink of water and a little bit of downtime to be able to walk around, because touching grass is great, folks. We actually got to touch grass yesterday. We went walking on a hiking trail in the Wasatch National Forest, and it was very beautiful. It was really cool. But I do thank you massively so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and thank you so much once again for the kind words. And so with that, we're going to be moving on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so with that, folks, we are grabbing our last one here. And also, by the way, if you're throwing in a support, by the way, we will grab your question in your super chat during our last segment. But this is the last one for our first question segment, so just want to let everybody know that, so we know that we're not skipping it. But the last one here goes to Red Insidious, who puts in a very generous $100 support as well. And thank you very much, Red, for that $100 support. Very massive and generous, too. Hey! And they said, welcome back, LSA, and you guys are awesome.
And thank you so much for the welcome back, and thank you for the kind words. The LSA is also an amazing group as well. Truly an incredible one. And I gotta say, it's something else, folks. You know, when you think about it, there has been a lot of groups that have lived and died in the amount of time that the LSA has existed. And what's crazier to think is that the LSA is still growing right now, 4 years in. A lot of YouTube channels usually have a lifespan of about a year, maybe 2 years at best. We've been going on for 4 years straight now, and we're still going strong, and the LSA is still alive and incredibly healthy, especially compared to other communities that we've seen that have risen and fallen in the same amount of time that we've been running, or even less time than that. So I got to thank you so much for the support, and I do have to say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will truly never die. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on down into the casino war, which may or may not be ending. We don't really know, because we've now heard that there's going to be a ceasefire in 72 hours. There's going to be a ceasefire tomorrow, and there's a ceasefire right now. So we don't know which it is. We did hear that, according to some earlier statements, they announced a ceasefire that was set to begin tomorrow, and the initial ceasefire period will last for 72 hours. So that was what we were hearing earlier on. Meanwhile, we have been seeing that significant deployments of Thai forces are now being conducted along the border areas, which may be leading us to believe that they are preparing for some sort of a ground incursion or ground invasion into Cambodia, although at this very same time they're getting into a ceasefire technically.
It seems strange with such large escalations and also these major evacuations that both sides are conducting that all of a sudden, now, in the midst of all those huge escalations, they simply said, okay, instant ceasefire, let's wrap it up. It's like, how long is this thing really going to last? And also, I'm not really clear at this point. I'm trying to do a quick skimming through this document that they published about the ceasefire. It's unclear how long this is going to last. I think it's for 72 hours, but I'm trying to look here and see. It's not indefinite, I don't think. So I'll try to do some skimming and find out, but I don't think it's permanent.
I don't think it's permanent either. It seems as though it will last for a 72-hour period and then end. So they either extend the ceasefire period in the midst of that current ceasefire, or it ends, which may be the reason why we're seeing these large deployments, is so that way if the ceasefire fails, the Thai will already start off on an offensive footing, with ground invasions into Cambodia being possible. Additionally, we have seen that before the ceasefire is going into effect, that the Thai have actually pulled out Type 85 MLRS systems and have been firing those at Cambodian positions across the border. This clip here shows one of those Type 85s in action.
At least that one works.
Yeah, we're about to get to the one that doesn't work, on the other side, but we can see the Thai firing at this hillside here. You can actually see the impacts of the rocket on that hillside, which is believed to be a Cambodian position across the border. Now, the Thai MLRSs work quite well. Would y'all like to see how a Chinese MLRS works? Would y'all like to? Well, y'all are about to see it. That right there is a PLH-81. Now, let me go pull this up here really quickly, because I've actually seen some people talking about this today, and I just saw this as well, and I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. Well, I've got to be honest with you, Matthew. This might not be a real MLRS, because I'm looking at this right here, Matthew, and this is a real Type 81, or a PHL-81 right here, and this is the one in the video. And I didn't see this earlier, but this thing's got a gazillion tubes, and they're like maybe 60 millimeters in diameter.
You think it's a knockoff? Like, did they really make like counterfeit military equipment?
This might be AI. Oh, let's watch and find out.
Oh, I don't think that's AI. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Holy
Wait a minute.
crap. I don't think that's AI, man.
Let's see here. Let me go look at Cambodian MLRSs. Let's see. Royal Cambodian Army equipment.
If that's real, that's bad, by the way. Like, that's really bad if that's real. That thing was like blowing up like an Acme weapon.
So let's take a look here. Let's see. MLRSs. We're looking for MLRSs, folks. So they have the PLH-81. They have the RM-70. They have the PHL. It's probably a PHL-90B, because it appears that the amount of tubes on this MLRS in particular seems to be lining up with the clip that we just watched. But then again, the truck is not similar, because the truck in this one was a 4-axle truck. This is still a 6-axle truck. It could be an RM-70 with a PHL-81 on it. That's a possibility. Or it may be some sort of a freak abomination in the Cambodian army. We don't really know. I mean, they are a broke-ass country, so it is possible they could have bought this thing off Temu, and we already know that it's generally Chinese. So, let me see. Cambodian MLRSs. Because I want to see if we can line this up, folks, because I've seen a lot of people talking about this clip today, and someone earlier said that it was AI, and I was like, well, it might not be, because that appears to be a very similar truck to the one we're seeing right there.
I think we have a culprit here.
I think we do. Let me look at some more of these pictures just to doubly make sure. I mean, that could very well be the MLRS that we're looking at here. It is a 4-axle. It does have a very similar setup to that one. So
is this also Chinese in origin?
This one would actually be Czech, but it doesn't mean that it is entirely Czech. It could be a Tatra chassis, because this would be the Tatra chassis with a PHL-81 MLRS launcher on it. That's likely. You know, they could have cannibalized the two to get an operational MLRS. But that appears to be our likely culprit at the moment, is a Vampire chassis with the smaller diameter rockets of a PHL. So let's take a look at it again.
Holy crap. That's crazy.
I mean,
that thing literally, like, that literally blew the launcher off of the hinges like that thing did. Like, how does that even happen?
I don't know. I've never seen an MLRS explode like this before. That's also what was making me think, like, when we saw it, I was like, maybe it's AI. I don't know. But what do y'all think in the chat, folks? Do y'all think that this is AI or not? Because I'm kind of leaning more towards the side it's probably not, but let's take a look a little bit more.
Oh, man, that part of them running off is just killing me. It's like, dang. It's also, where'd the other guys go that were standing on the opposite side of the thing? There were some guys standing over there on the other side. They just, like, vanished or something. I guess they took off real fast. I didn't even see them.
I mean, it looks like there might be one of them right there. But I don't know, folks. Like, this was kind of in the middle for me. Like, I can't really tell for sure. Let me check the comments on this thing off screen so that way I can see if anyone brought that up. Let's see. It doesn't look like anyone was bringing it up in the chat that it appears to be. Let's see. Some people are like, it might be AI. Some people are like, it isn't. It looks like there's actually a heated debate going on in the comments section of that video to say whether or not it was a real MLRS. If it was a real MLRS, it's not shocking. It is apparently a Chinese piece of equipment. If it is AI, then that was pretty convincing. But moving on from that and on into our next clip, we also got to see the Cambodians in a certainly non-AI clip firing a D-20. You know you're in Cambodia when this guy is wearing what appears to be an Adidas shirt and he's in the army.
Oh, dang. That guy's wearing his workout gear, too. That's what he goes and pumps iron with, too, and also goes out and lays down lead.
Bro, he sits there and he calls up, "Hi, is this the clown casino? Yeah, I'm bringing all my weights. I'm going to spread them out, pump iron for 3 days. Look, man, you can't be here. I don't think you're sane." Like, it did. Well, man, I'm coming, buddy. Like, it's
he literally brought his iron with him, straight to the front line.
Man, straight to the front. Meanwhile, the Thai are also making sure to give him a high supply of iron by continuing airstrikes throughout the Cambodian border regions. Mung indeed. We also got to see this. It does appear that the Thai are still hammering the Cambodians from what we can tell. Meanwhile, we also got to see down near the area of Krong Poi Pet, where a large amount of fighting is going on, that apparently the Thailand 1st Army region has stated that it's deployed additional forces in Poi Pet, Cambodia, to dismantle Cambodian military positions after detecting troop movements. Basically, they're obliterating them. That's political wordage for that. Meanwhile, we've also heard that apparently the city of Poi Pet has been shut down to foreigners. Foreigners that are currently inside the city cannot leave, although it's literally right on the border. And also, foreigners cannot enter. Everyone else can enter and exit freely, but right now there appears to be military checkpoints set up by Cambodia to stop people, well, foreigners from leaving the city and foreigners from entering the city. You can see these checkpoints right here. You can also see in this clip, someone's getting jacked at the checkpoint.
Damn.
Also, I didn't realize that this guy was just holding glow sticks, but when the headlights light up, You can just see him right there getting blinded by the headlights, holding the navigational sticks. Wow. Anyways, moving on from that, we also got one last clip in this area showing the heavy fighting that's ongoing, or well, at least the reports of the heavy fighting that's ongoing in that area. At least 8 Thai soldiers were injured in these clashes over the course of the day, and F-16s are now conducting airstrikes on military positions, while heavy artillery fire is reported from both sides. At the moment, it does appear that, at least for now, the conflict is still going on. But a lot of people are wondering when the ceasefire goes into effect, whether it's going into effect right now or it's going into effect tomorrow or when, we don't really know. But when the ceasefire goes into effect, is it going to hold or is it going to be broken pretty quickly? Or are they not going to be able to find any sort of a solution? And once the 72-hour period has lapsed, they're just going to go right back to war. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So apparently they've reached a new ceasefire this time. And according to what we know, it looks like Thailand has brokered this ceasefire with Cambodia, which is very interesting because if this ceasefire ends up working out and it actually holds, that is probably going to have the U.S. officials ripping their hair out and also extremely irritated that they weren't able to claim credit for it. So do you think it's going to hold? And 59% said no, it will be breached very quickly by one side, while 23% said yes, it will hold for at least 72 hours. And about 5% said it will likely be permanent. So I would say personally, I don't have any faith in this thing holding. I think it might hold for maybe the 72 hours, possibly, but it's not going to be permanent. A ceasefire is not a peace deal, and there's been no signs that either side is willing to work this out in a permanent fashion. It looks like they're simply having a ceasefire for maybe to rearm, possibly, maybe to at least talk things out. Not really sure what they're up to at this point, but I don't think this thing's going to just suddenly end with these massive deployments that we're seeing right now, and also major evacuations we're also seeing on the front line. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to be honest with y'all folks. I think this thing is going to get breached pretty quickly. Both sides seem to be gung-ho at fighting, and I don't really think, rather than them just trying to see if they can end it, they really want to end it. And I think that once they get into the 72-hour ceasefire period, they're probably not going to be able to make enough progress to justify an extension of the ceasefire. So this is probably going to end up collapsing, and they'll probably be continuing their conflict again here in the future, because this is the second time that this war has broken out this year, and they already had a fully ratified peace treaty according to the Malaysia Accords prior this year, and that did not stop the second war from happening. So I have a feeling that the ceasefire is also not going to be getting that going in any direction either. If it does, however, and they actually do end up getting their own peace treaty in effect that's not the Malaysia Accords, the president's going to be crying and going, "Where's my Nobel?" And so then we'll have to deal with that here. I'm sure tariffs will then be levied against both of them to like 5,000% or something. But anyways, moving on from that and on into Southeast Asia, or generally into the Southeast Asian region, the Chinese have announced that they have now tested the DF-27 hypersonic glide system, or basically their version of the Avangard is the best way to put it. And apparently, the vehicle can exceed or sustain speeds of Mach 5 to 10. That's really cool, y'all. You know the only problem with that, though, is that an ICBM is basically a hypersonic by default. Most intermediate range ballistic missiles are hypersonic by default. Like, when those warheads are coming down towards their airburst impact site, they're not going like Mach 2 or Mach 3. They're usually going like Mach 30. Like, way faster than this. I don't really know what the obsession is currently with the Chinese and the Russians in hypersonic vehicles, because the truth of the matter is that we looked into and heavily researched hypersonics way back in the 50s and 60s here in the United States, and we decided they were completely pointless and obsolete due to the ICBMs and the IRBMs being far more effective delivery systems and far faster and more efficient than a hypersonic ever really could be. That's why we never made them. The U.S. was the ones who pioneered the hypersonic technology category 70 years ago, and we completely abandoned the concept because there really is no way to make it that efficient, or at least that effective. They say that this thing can travel about 2,000 miles in about 5 to 10 minutes, which is a pretty big time window, mind you. It's like, is it 5 minutes or 10? I mean, that's a pretty big difference in delivery time. And ICBM will be able to travel from the United States all the way to China, which is 6,500 miles, in about twice that amount of time, and impact target. So I don't really know why in the world the Chinese and the Russians are always like, oh, we got these hypersonics. But it's just like, an ICBM can be fired from Wyoming and hit them in about twice the time that it would take for that missile to make it 2/3 of the way to the United States. It just doesn't really make any sense to me from a strategic perspective. And some people have been saying, oh, but they could be used as anti-ship missiles. There is no way at the moment that I know of that a hypersonic missile can actually be fired at and hit a moving target. From what I know, the technology only exists at the moment to be able to try and hit stationary targets, and I have never heard of anyone conducting a test where they've successfully hit a moving target with a hypersonic missile. So maybe that technology will exist at some point in the future. I'm sure it will, but right now we don't know of it existing in that form. So it's only effective against stationary targets, and no ship at sea is a stationary target. They're always moving, even if just a small distance when this missile is fired. On top of that, another thing that has to that generally revolves around these missiles is that the United States already has the GMD, which is capable of intercepting ICBMs in their mid-course phase and even getting towards their very early terminal phase, which are usually traveling at a pretty decent rate of speed during that time. If that is possible of being conducted, why in the world would it not be out of the possibility in the future that the U.S. will just create air defense systems that can shoot down hypersonics, and then these weapon systems become entirely obsolete for the Chinese and the Russians? They're basically back to square one where they're at right now with their subsonic cruise missiles and other sorts of missiles that they already have within their conventional armed forces. So I don't really understand the whole hype revolving around hypersonics that Russia and China has, and even the U.S. government currently has at the moment, because I just don't see any way that they can effectively be used to really replace or even exceed the abilities of the conventional weapon systems that we have right now and what they're capable of doing. But moving
Well,
on,
isn't the goal to work on development where they can change course mid-flight? Like I think that's the ultimate goal, and I think that's what they're trying to work toward it.
yeah, but the thing is, though, is that the momentum of a missile traveling that fast means that it really can't maneuver that much in flight without shearing itself apart, like literally ripping itself apart. So generally, they just have to fly in a straight line at extremely high speed, and their only defense is their speed. So if you ever make a missile defense system that has a radar that can pick up that missile at that high rate of speed, and a missile that can actually maneuver to hit that missile and detonate at the proper time to be able to rip it to pieces, they're basically obsolete at that point.
Yeah, you would think so. Also, I have a hard time understanding. I'm not an engineer, obviously, but I have a hard time understanding how something like you're saying that fast can simply change trajectory. Like, for example, at a 90-degree angle mid hypersonic flight. That seems to almost defy the laws of physics, almost just by common knowledge. So, not sure how that would work, but it certainly is a major propaganda weapon, though. Like, they're certainly trying to instill fear with people with that weapon.
Yeah, I would have to say I just don't really get it, to be entirely honest. I see some people saying hypersonic missiles can hit moving targets. I just have never heard of anyone conducting a successful test on a moving target. They can claim that it can hit it, but if they've never conducted a successful test on a drone ship that is moving at sea and hit it with a hypersonic and have video or picture evidence to prove that, it's merely a propaganda claim and nothing more. The Chinese claim that they have, tanks that can fight on the moon, and has any of their tanks made it to the moon to be able to fight on the moon? The answer is no. So how do we know that? And also, have they ever proved that any sort of conditions have been made here on Earth to where they can actually test it in an environment like that and prove it? And the answer to that is also no. So from what we know, that's just purely propaganda. And I've never seen real confirmation, at least on my end, that a hypersonic can actually hit a moving target. If there is confirmation out there, I haven't seen it. And if anyone would like to give that to us via Twitter DM or something along those lines, or at least tell us where to look, I'd be more than happy to look, because right now I haven't heard of anything along those lines. But moving on from that and into India, while India has completely moved away from the United States and is chumming up with BRICS again, they're also putting huge amounts of money into the roadworks up in Ladakh to prepare for an eventual war with China because of the ongoing border disputes within this area. So while, I got to tell y'all folks, BRICS is on a house of cards. Every single one of these countries acts like they love each other, but in reality they hate each other and they view each other as major national security risks. China hates India, India hates China, Russia hates China, China hates Russia, Brazil has nothing to do with any of them, and South Africa is basically in its own shit at the moment. So none of these countries really have anything going for them at this point. It's not like NATO, where, the U.S. is really the only destabilizing nation within it at the moment, and that's just because of recent internal developments within the United States. The entirety of BRICS hates each other, especially the three large powers within the group, and so I don't really think BRICS is going to be lasting that much longer, especially considering that India is putting that much money into trying to develop roadworks to be able to get enough soldiers into the Himalayas to be able to try and fight the Chinese if the Chinese try and push the border claims they have in this area.
Could you imagine India getting into a fight with China? My God. Like, can you imagine? I don't think India is going to fare well in that. I don't care how many roads they make. If they couldn't even take on Pakistan, it's like, I don't know if they're going to be able to take on China. Like, I'm not sure if any amount of preparation is going to get them ready for that. It's not like China is like this omnipotent power, but at the same time, though, I mean, India's performance, especially with their Air Force, has not been a good track record. So, geez, I mean, that's a bad one. That would be a very bad one.
Yeah, I would have to say that would be a pretty damn bad one. Also, on top of that, India would probably end up conducting a great deal of fratricide if the Pakistan-India border war is anything to go off of. From what we know, it's possible they may have shot down one of their own aircraft. There's at least a rumor circling around that that may have happened. We've never been able to confirm that. But the Pakistanis did mop the floor with them. That's one thing we know. So I don't really think they'd be doing that well against China. Like, I'll be entirely honest with y'all, I have a very bad outlook of the Indian military. They've never given us a reason to believe that they're competent. Even with China most likely being heavily inept due to systemic corruption and also incredibly shoddy made weapon systems, I still think that India would bode incredibly poorly against China in an open war. I don't think that would go well for them. But anyways, moving on from that, and out of India, it's time for us to move on into the middle of the East. And believe it or not, folks, we still have a lot to go. We have to hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow. We have the tiny bit in Nigeria. We're going to blow right over Nigeria, folks. It's just to mention it because it happened. And then we're going to be moving right into Ukraine. So moving on into the Middle East, we have been able to hear that the Saudis are now supporting their forces against the Hadrami elite, which are supported by the UAE. Let me go pull up the many civil war maps so that way I can show all this to y'all, because this is something that we have to talk about again, because it's an important developing situation. So everywhere in yellow, if I remember correctly, is actually the Southern Transitional Council, which is directly backed by Saudi Arabia. Everywhere in red and blue is the Republic of Yemen, the official Yemeni government. The area in orange is the Hadrami elite forces, which are backed by the UAE or the Emirates, or basically those people from Dubai is probably the best way to put it, because I don't really think a lot of people know a lot about the UAE rather than Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and I'll be honest with you, there isn't really much more to that country rather than Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And then over here is the Iranian-backed Houthis. So in this whole myriad of people, you have the Dubai-backed UAE Hadrami elite forces. In yellow are the Saudi-backed guys. In the red and blue are basically just the official Yemeni government that existed back when the country collapsed in the civil war. And then in green, that's the Iranian-backed Houthis. So that's basically the big four groups that you see in the civil war right now. The Saudis are slamming the Emirati-backed Hadrami elite forces and are obliterating them right now. This clip actually shows us the aftermath of a Saudi airstrike that was conducted in support of the Transitional Council against the Hadrami elites. Here's the clip. We can see them looking at the aftermath of the crater and the explosion. And it does appear that the Saudis are doing some damage, at least at the moment, to the Hadrami elite forces. Crazily enough, something that a lot of people don't know is that the United Arab Emirates actually gets involved in a lot of, I usually say benevolent speculation, but not in the way that y'all would think. A lot of people would think that the UAE gets involved in financial investments, in building tall skyscrapers to attract tourists, and so on. But the reality is that they actually put a lot of money into supporting fairly questionable groups, to be entirely honest with y'all. The Hadrami elite forces are very questionable in their beliefs and also how they perform against their adversaries inside of Yemen. And not only that, to put this out there for all of y'all, the UAE also backs the RSF in Sudan, which just got done conducting the Al-Fashir massacre, which killed about 100,000 people out of a city with 200,000 people in it. So the UAE actually backs some very questionable groups in different conflicts around the Middle East and the surrounding regional areas. And I gotta be honest with y'all, I didn't really think the UAE had that in them. But they go around funding a lot of questionable groups in the area. It doesn't really matter. We're just generally allied with them for the oil, and Sudan and Yemen are, well, Yemen is actually a strategically important location, but Sudan is not so much. And also there isn't really a lot of economic activity going on in Sudan for us to really care all too much. But beyond that, well, I say to care all too much. It's a travesty what's going on in Sudan, but we only have so many resources and we can only push it so far, and so for that reason, Sudan kind of blows over our radar, and that's why the UAE is in there supporting the RSF. But nevertheless, moving on from that, we've also been able to hear, moving further on up and into the area of the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians have seized another ship. This time, they have claimed that the ship was carrying 4 million liters of smuggled fuel, and 16 of the crew members have now been kidnapped and are being held hostage published by the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is the footage that the Iranians actually published of them seizing the ship and the ship that was actually in question.
Seems like they're ramping up their seizure of ships. I wonder if it's in direct response to what's happening near Venezuela with the U.S. ships, or is this essentially becoming like a blockade?
I wonder. I think it's kind of more so getting on the lines of a blockade at this point.
It could be. That's a lot of fuel on board this ship, too.
Man, they're looking down there like it's in the well. Like, they're like, oh, look at that. But anyways, moving on from that clip, we've also been able to hear that apparently the Iranian populace actually celebrated Christmas, which is illegal inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But you could see them all out here in their Christmas celebrations. This was in Tehran, which at the moment is still running out of water. What we believe is going on at the moment is that the Christian populations within Tehran are launching these celebrations. Just in case if you all don't know, the Islamic Republic of Iran is a theocracy, which means that they heavily push forward religious doctrine as a official act of the state. And considering that it's an Islamic Republic, pretty much any other religion except for Islam is treated as third-class citizens or is completely illegal. For this reason, this is actually an open sign of rebellion by the minority groups within the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the Christian groups within the Islamic Republic, which is once again showing, at least to some degree, a decent amount of dissent amongst the groups that are not a part of the Shiite majority, which makes up the Islamic Republic of Iran's government and larger population. So fairly interesting to see there. Meanwhile, we have also been able to see within the Syrian interim government, they are continuing the battles within Aleppo. We can see the footage of that right here. We can actually see Poe riding that rocket chair from the original Kung Fu Panda movie through Aleppo right there.
Oh, look at that. That's a bad sight. Look at that, just a thing going through the sky. That's not a Santa Claus, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we can also see down here a T-72 of the SIG forces within the city, and we can also see another T-72 here as well, once again showing significant military actions ongoing within that area. Meanwhile, a mosque was also bombed in Oms. It is unknown at the moment as to why this bombing occurred and who conducted it, but SIG forces are conducting an investigation, and 6 people did die, unfortunately, in that attack. Meanwhile, within the areas off the Mediterranean, the Israelis have actually engaged and shot down 2 unidentified drones, which are believed to have been Turkish, with an AH-64 Paten. You can actually see the Paten up there at the top of the camera view. And it appears that it was believed that these drones were trying to gather reconnaissance data or intelligence on Israel, which is what led to them being shot down. Additionally, we've also heard that the Jordanian government, or the Kingdom of Jordan, has conducted airstrikes against drug smugglers that were attempting to cross their border from Syria. And also, the Israelis have announced that they have conducted a strike and have killed a Quds commander. His name was Hussein Mahmoud Marshad al-Jawhari. Quite a name right there, but it appears that the airstrike was a lot shorter. Well. I guess you could say that Hussein Mahmoud Marshad al-Jawhari was not going to be making it home. To be able to say, honey, Hussein Mahmoud Marshad al-Jawhari is now home. Cook me a dinner.
That's a hell of a name.
Man, honestly. Meanwhile, we also were able to hear that the Israeli government, or at least Israeli sources, have stated that large Iranian missile assaults could cause damage equivalent to a small nuclear bomb. And Israel will not accept this threat, basically meaning they're going to start striking the Iranians soon to cut down the amount of available missiles that the Islamic Republic of Iran may have to be able to conduct a strike on Israel. So, with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to start moving on out of the Middle East, but before we do have to circle back to that little Strait of Hormuz incident today with the seizure of the vessel. And Matthew, are people thinking that's starting to become a blockade, or are they thinking that these are more so isolated incidents? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so the Iranians are thinking it's Halloween early. They're putting on the pirate hat and they're going, give me that ship. And they're out here trying to seize another one. They've seized another one, this time with fuel on board of it in the Strait of Hormuz on Christmas Eve. So is Iran blockading the strait, or what is going on? 56% said yes, it is becoming a blockade, while 22% said no, it's simply isolated seizures of vessels, and 17% said it's a 50-50 chance of it being a blockade. And me personally, I would say it sounds like Iran is this in a partial blockade. They're not seizing every ship that they can seize, but they're starting to basically pick up the frequency of it in direct response to what the U.S. is doing off of Venezuela, because it seems to correspond exactly when the U.S. started seizing vessels linked to Iran near the coast of Venezuela. That's when Iran started doing these ship seizures. So I believe it is a blockade, a partial one at least. So I'm with the 56%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it's largely becoming a blockade at this point, and it's also leading us to believe that the Islamic Republic of Iran may be doing this to potentially destabilize oil markets around the world to their positive impact. So with that, I hope that does address that well, in my opinion. And moving on from that, and skirting through Africa for just a brief moment, the United States of America did announce that we had conducted missile strikes on Nigeria, and this was a statement issued by the president. Tonight, at my direction as Commander-in-Chief, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS terrorists in northwest Nigeria, who have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. I previously warned these terrorists that if they do not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay, and tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless the military. Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues. So that was the statement by the president. We did get footage of those Tomahawk launches being conducted by the U.S. Navy under AFRICOM's command in this clip right here.
That's really a strange series of strikes here. Honestly, it's kind of like a sidewinder strike. This out of the blue. Oh, Nigeria got struck this time.
Yeah, I mean it's something interesting. And also, before people come in and say this and that, I just got to be honest with y'all. It's not really like Africa, especially within the sub-Saharan belt, is an incredibly stable place. I mean, if people don't know this, there's literally a group in the name of every single religion, every single ideology within this area that's conducting massacres and killing a load of people. In Uganda, there's actually this group called the Lord's Resistance Army, which claims to be Christian, and they go around massacring and genociding everyone else who isn't a quote-unquote Christian. And I would say they're not even really Christian for that matter, if you look at what they believe and what they do to people. But beyond that, there's a whole group. I mean, like there are literal bands of endless warlords, terrorists, and bandits within this area that you could say are absolutely reprehensible people, all the same, regardless of who they are. And I just I gotta say, no, I'm gonna move on from this really quickly. I don't really get why we're getting involved in this all too much. It's not really like this is a strategically important or economically significant area. And if we're going to start doing this, I mean, we could extend that to do that against every group in the region that's doing something like this, which are in the hundreds, and literally profess every single ideology, religion, or belief system that you could imagine to be able to conduct heinous acts. I mean, I'm not trying to say that what's going on in northern Nigeria isn't terrible. It is. But I mean, you know, if you look at what's going on around the entirety of the area, there's gang wars going on in Monrovia and Liberia and everywhere else in that country. There are endless amounts of warlords in Mali, Niger, and Chad, along with Burkina Faso all being run by a dictator. There's massacres going on in northern Nigeria. There's endless massacres going on in Sudan by anyone against everyone. The Lord's Resistance Army is conducting massacres against anyone and everyone that they can find in the bushes out in Uganda. There's also terrorist groups in the Democratic Republic of the Congo the government's still fighting that conduct massacres out there, and so on and so forth. I mean, you could literally get in an endless deal of playing whack-a-mole on trying to wipe out these groups endlessly in this area. I mean, there's literal hundreds of them. But anyways, moving on from that, and on out of that area, it is time for us, folks, to get on into everyone's favoritely named news segment, which is the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow and his band of 40 thieves. And we're going to be getting on into that tonight, folks, because we've been able to hear that the Bella 1 is still on the run. 5 days it's been going on, and the Coast Guard has chased the sanctioned tanker all the way into, the middle of the Atlantic, and is deploying an elite maritime security response team for a possible boarding under a judicial seizure order.
Also, by the way, I got another update on the Bella 1. Just to confirm this, it was confirmed just 30 minutes ago as well that the U.S. is definitely 100% still pursuing that vessel. So they're definitely still pursuing it. And also, like you just mentioned, they are trying to forcibly board the ship at some point, but they're not being really clear as to what they need to board the ship, because they've done it before on other tankers. So I don't know why this one's so much different. So they're still chasing it. 5+ days, they're still chasing the high-speed Hellcat tanker that apparently evades all of our forces.
You best start believing in a ship hunt, son. You're in one.
Arr!
Yarr.
The Hellcat, me boy.
Yarr, you got one of this pieces of 8, damn it. Anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to get on into the rest of the news going on down here. We did see that apparently a U.S. Air Force aircraft, apparently a de Havilland Dash 8 operating with the U.S. Air Force, flew straight past Maracaibo with its transponder on, literally through Venezuelan territory. The Venezuelans didn't shoot it down, and really nothing came of this incident, but it was interesting to see. And we also saw, additionally, that the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, joined by the MV Ocean Trader, is currently within the southern Caribbean in this moment and appears to be incredibly close to Venezuela. Right now, the administration appears to have waffled again, and now they're stating that they're just wanting to contain Venezuela and enforce the blockade without conducting any land strikes, but that could change once again with the ebb and flow of the day. Tomorrow, the humidity may be high and the president's knees might hurt, and then he'll say that he wants to bomb him again, so we'll have to generally find out with that one. On top of that, not only has the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group moved to the southern area of the Caribbean, we've also heard that the F-22s of Langley Air Force Base, at least 20 to 22 in number, have taken off and appear to be flying towards the area of the Roosevelt Roads Naval Air Station to join the U.S. Southcom Area of Responsibilities Task Force against the Venezuelans at this time, which is once again leading us to believe that at some point in the future, some form of airstrikes may be happening, or some sort of military action against Venezuela may occur, but at the moment, it's still pie in the sky, and we just don't really know when and if it's going to happen. However, we also heard, speaking of American news, that apparently some sort of an anomaly was picked up on NORAD. It was an unidentified high-altitude hypersonic contact approaching U.S. airspace, and F-22s were scrambled from Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. Turns out it was Santa Claus, so nothing to be concerned about there. I just wanted to add that one in.
It scared the hell out of me, by the way, yesterday when I saw that. I literally saw that and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, Ocean Defender is usually pretty reliable. So I was reading this thinking, NORAD detected a hypersonic contact. I was sitting there like thinking, oh my God. I'm like, why did that have to happen on Christmas? And then I scrolled down and saw, oh, they're talking about Santa Claus. That was a jump scare and a half.
Man, I sat there, saw this earlier. I said, man, what did they mean, man? Like, I went and pulled it. I was like, oh, it's Santa. Oh, look at that. You could see him right here. Look at that. It's the Orb of Judgment, actually. But
yeah, Santa's looking awfully weaponized these days. That doesn't look very friendly.
We also got a closer up look of him. That's what he looked like right there. So, no big deal. It was just Santa. No biggie. So, it is what it is. Just business as usual. Moving on from that, though, and on out of the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, we do have a question for all of y'all. Apparently, the U.S. is saying that they're going to enforce a quarantine of Venezuela as its #1 priority, which doesn't really sound like strikes on land, which is what we've been hearing for months now. And what are people thinking about that, Matthew? What are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So while we've been hearing statements over and over and over again saying that the U.S. strikes on land are coming soon in Venezuela, it's becoming a little bit unclear that's going to happen despite those statements being made repeatedly, because now we're hearing, according to reports, the main priority of the United States, the forces, are to enforce the quarantine of Venezuela, which is essentially a blockade of the ships going to and from the Venezuelan ports, and military options are now only a backup plan. So that is total opposite to what we'd heard before, so I'm not really sure what to believe now. And honestly, we've been confused about this whole situation for a long time because it's not really clear what the U.S. is trying to do. So what are your thoughts? 57% said the USA failed to bluff Venezuela and are now trying to save face, while 21% said USA strikes are still imminent on Venezuelan land targets, and 15% said this was likely to plan the entire time and it was simply 4D chess. And I don't believe it was 4D chess. I think this right here was a blatant attempt to bluff Venezuela. It did not work, which, could have seen that coming because Venezuela, of course, has friends with China and Russia who are emboldening them. So I think this was a failed bluff. So now the U.S. is trying to pivot. And now they're saying they're going to enforce the quarantine. So, a quarantine, I'm not sure how well that's working. We currently have a ship, an oil tanker, that's fleeing the U.S. forces, and it's heading out into the Atlantic, and it's been on a 5-day chase with the police in the ocean. So I'm not sure if that's really working out. But Enforcer, what say you?
Meanwhile, in the Atlantic, hit the gas, boys! The Coast Guard's on us!
Eastbound down, loaded up and trucking. Uses it can't be done.
Man, like they're playing Eastbound and Down as they're going. Oh, man.
Or kick it in a second, me boy. Shift the gears.
Don't you know what a clutch is, boy? Hit it! Like, it's just like... Oh man, honestly, that whole hunt of the ship is really honestly hilarious. But nevertheless, I would have to go with a 57%. I think that we did fail to bluff Venezuela into pretty much just giving us what we want without getting into a war. And so now they're just trying to figure out what to do and how to save face. So now they're going with the whole quarantine thing. So, that is what it is, boil. But anyways, it's time for us to move on out of the area of the Americas and time for us to move on back into Ukraine, because it's time for us to get on into all of the news that's happened inside of Russia and Ukraine as it pertains to the war, and there has been a lot. Moving on into Volgograd, we did confirm that the Ukrainians hit the Lukoil refinery at Volgograd again. The fires do burn brightly. The Russians, they had a great Christmas. They didn't see Santa, but they did get a lot of coal, that clean, beautiful coal.
Clean, beautiful coal. Oh, we got sound.
Oh, you bat! I'm like, you bat! Oh!
Oh.
Call the fire brigade.
Santa, you're glowing.
That's where Santa went down over there, man. It turned into a nuclear fireball. Oh, man.
Arg me, boy, that Taco Bell didn't hit right.
Yeah, boy, the deer have eaten nothing but beans, and we're going to the sky. Go! There's the clip of the Chernikov radiation again from the refinery at a distance.
Really, that's pulsing like it's something serious.
I mean, honestly, it kind of is. We also have been able to see near to the area of Novosibirsk. The Ukrainians also hit the little oil refinery in this area. It's a family-run refinery. Это добрый день.
Also, they said that Novosibirsk here was hit by storm shadows.
Man, you spoiled it. I was about to get to that. Like, it was the next clip.
I had to spoil it. They were hit by those big ones.
Man, they hit by the big ones. From what we heard, they were hit by apparently a storm shadow or a scalp EG. So they're both the same thing. So it basically is just what the French want to call it and what the British want to call it, and it is what it is. But anyways, it appears that it was hit by a storm shadow. First time that a target in Russia has been hit by one of those missiles. Meanwhile, down in Timryuk, we also got to see that they were having a very Merry Christmas as well. This is crazy, блядь. Oh, it's Santa.
Santa's a little explosive.
Ёбаный в рот, блядь.
Dang, what?
Oh, don't call Santa that. What the hell kind of, pardon my language, he just used the most foul language you could possibly use and said, pardon me.
Pardon my language. I'm sorry, sir, but your crimes cannot be pardoned. That was one hell of a line that you just threw out right there.
Ребята, кто там в группе с Темрюка? Чё там у вас горит такое? О, вдалеке. В Темрюк направляюсь. Вот такое вот увидел.
Yeah, that's on fire, that's for sure. We cannot doubt that. There's enough clips confirming that at this point. Meanwhile, we also saw, moving on into Crimea, that the Ukrainians were able to land a hit at Kirovskoy, and were also able to cause a little bit of damage here as well. Take a look at that smoke. We don't know what exactly they hit in Kirovskoy, but it was something significant. We'll hopefully find out tomorrow. Meanwhile, we also saw further on inside of Crimea that the Ukrainians had also hit the Russian air defenses. Take a little look at this. While they play that music, oh, they had little Santa's bells in there.
I heard a little ring-a-ding-a-ding, a little bell in the background. Oh, look at that.
I think ring-a-ding-a-ding isn't really a Santa. I think that's something else. Oh man.
Yeah, it can be Santa if you want it to be.
Man. Honestly, man, I mean, it could be. It could be.
I don't think the Russians asked for this for Christmas. This wasn't on the list. They're checking it twice, and they're like, damn, I don't see the destruction on the list.
Oh, look. Oh,
we had a dummy. He was running toward it.
Oh, look, an S-300. Bro, they got that thing good. They're getting a Buke. A Buke M3. That's actually the most advanced variant of the Buke. And they're also getting the target acquisition system for the Buke M3 as well. And then they put up that little owl. Squawk!
It turns out it acquired the target so well it got smashed by it.
Man, I like that. I like that Bionicles owl that they put up for the outro. It's honestly pretty cool looking. But anyways,
Primary.
Man, that's going to be like the Ukrainian like Lego kind of like company. It's Primary, like a Bionicle collection or something. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to see in the Black Sea, we're kind of in the Black Sea somewhere, a Russian corvette was launching calibers. I don't know where this one came from because technically most, if not all, of the Black Sea Fleet is still stuck in the Estonia Rayon. So I don't know how this one got out to sea, but apparently it did. The Russian Federation did manage to land some pretty significant hits on the capital of Kyiv overnight. This is in the midst of the Ukrainians actually trying to work with the United States to get an ongoing peace. We were able to see that multiple missiles, including hypersonics, that hit multiple targets around Kyiv, including some key ones like the combined heat and power plant number 6 inside of the city. You could see the fire and explosions coming from the heat and thermal plant right there. You got mail. Meanwhile, we also were able to see significant flashes as well in the distance from other large hits on significant infrastructure in the city, which has plunged multiple areas of Kyiv into a blackout. This is to remind you all what the Russian Federation is really about, because while the Ukrainians and the United States are actually trying to give a shot at peace, the Russians are hitting Kyiv harder than they ever have at the moment. We see them refocusing the camera. Also, a reason why some of these strikes were a lot more successful than other times is that the Republic of Belarus is now officially allowing the Russian Federation to use their nation as a launching base into Ukrainian airspace, largely diverting the Ukrainian air defense systems, which are now been directed mostly eastwards and towards the south. They now are using that to their advantage and conducting attacks from the north, where most Ukrainian air defenses are not stationed or generally coordinated at. Zelensky has vowed that the Ukrainian state will make an official response and revenge on Belarus for this action, and we haven't seen that follow through yet. That statement was just made, but a lot of people are wondering what that means. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so now that we have gotten the intel showing that apparently Belarusian airspace is being used for the Russians to launch attacks using aerial drones into Ukraine, it looks like Zelensky is saying that because they're doing that and using the airspace to bypass the Ukrainian air defenses, then a response is coming to deal with that. But it's very vague. We're sort of guessing at what Zelensky means by that. So what do you think? And 37% said it means Ukraine will escalate on Russia, not Belarus, while 28% said Ukraine plans to attack Belarus, and 26% said Ukraine will likely add new air defense to deal with the threat from Belarus. So, me personally, I took it as a way of Zelensky saying that he's going to take action against Belarus for letting them use that airspace. It's essentially letting Belarus join the war, basically, and Belarus is being used as a conduit to conduct attacks against Ukrainian targets, which essentially makes them combatants in the war. So, I think they're going to probably add new air defense to that area and maybe even consider shooting down those drones in Belarusian airspace before they even get to Ukraine. I think that might be what he means by that. He won't necessarily start attacking Belarusian cities, but he will shoot down the drones over Belarusian airspace. That's my best guess. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'd actually be undecided. It could mean either. They could escalate against the Russians or Belarus, or they could escalate against both simultaneously. But considering that the Belarusians are now getting actively involved again in supporting Russian actions against Ukraine, I have a feeling that at least some of the reprisals are going to be directed right at Belarus to respond to the actions they're currently involved in supporting. So that would be my 2 cents on it, but I'd actually have to be with the 10% that's unsure and undecided, because I think it could be either one of the two, and I'll just generally have to hold my judgment and wait and see what it is to be able to know. But moving on from that and on into our location unknowns, we've also been able to hear that the Russian casualty report appeared pretty decent today. Take a little look.
Oh, they got zero bobcats, though. Zero. None. The day after Christmas, they got nothing. Nada.
And according to Ms. Decent, keeper of the records, troop losses dropped with artillery and vehicles are higher. 537 drones is the 12th highest daily loss of the war, and a typo, MLRS is 0 and anti-aircraft is +1. The totals are correct. And so going over the casualty report, we were able to confirm that 840 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 3 APCs, 180 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 74 artillery pieces, 537 drones, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and all in all, it was a pretty decent day. Not the largest that we've seen, but still not too bad. Moving on out of that, though, and on down and towards the area of the Ukrainian front lines, we were able to see the Ukrainians continuing their work. The 63rd Mechanized Brigade was able to destroy 25 Russian vehicles within the Leman front direction. You could see that in this clip right here. Oh, that's a grad, and they got it. And that's another vehicle covered in nets. This is a Garmata, which is an artillery piece. They hit it. This is another artillery piece, which they're also going to hit. This is also another artillery piece. This is also another one. This is also another artillery piece. This is also an artillery piece.
But they're winning, Bliat.
This is an artillery piece. Like, yeah, we're on the 7th.
But they're winning, Bliat.
Are you winning, son? Are you winning yet?
Are you feeling alive yet, Mr. Putin? Are you feeling alive yet?
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Oh, man. Depending on who's saying that, it may not be something you want to hear.
Man, let's go gambling. I can't stop winning. Like, man, that's definitely not Russia right now. Oh, look at Buhanka. And another one. Oh, these guys are trying to make a run for it. Damn, that thing was a clown car, dude. Do you see how many guys, like, came running? Look at that. Like, Swing Scoop, it's coming right for us. Ruh-roh, Raggy, run. Like, man, oh my God, there's like 8 guys who came out of that thing.
You know what that means?
What?
That means at least half of those Russians were sitting on the other one's lap.
Ayo, no Didi. Man.
Hey, whoa. He said, well, brothers. What the hell are you talking about?
Man, someone said that it said, hey, could you get that AK off of my ass? That's not an AK. Like, it's like, oh man. Oh, oh, God. Oh, boy. Moving on from that and on down into the area of Pokrovsk. We have been able to hear that the Ukrainians did conduct a successful counterattack today and have generally been able to liberate the town of Rodinsky on the northern flank. This is a significant area which allows for the supply lines to remain open to the Ukrainian forces that are still within the northern parts of Pokrovsk and Mirnorad and continue to allow the Ukrainians to fight at this anchor point and slow down the Russian advance further on to the fields west. Meanwhile, we've also seen the Russians are still conducting... Okay, outside of the... Oh my
God, what the hell was that?
Outside of the Bibi and Bingus circus music that just played, we did get to see that the Russians are still conducting cavalry attacks against Ukrainian positions. They're obviously turning out as poorly as one would expect. This guy actually fell off the horse. He actually spared the horse by his own stupidity, nicely enough. And he was taken out, but the horse wasn't. So you can kind of get an idea or a general picture that cavalry attacks just don't really work well in this modern day and age of warfare. We also saw that the number of horses being used is exponentially increasing. First it was donkeys around the middle part of this year. Now we're actually seeing that they're bringing in legit horses for the soldiers to use as literal cavalry.
Isn't that more expensive than the donkeys and the other animals they were using?
Technically, yes, but at this point, this is the only thing that they have left, because they don't have any vehicles, really. They're on a complete shortage of vehicles, so although horses are more expensive to maintain, and also more expensive to lose because it's harder to, raise a horse than it is to just build a new car, they don't really have any way to build new vehicles, and so for that reason, the horses are basically all that they have left, and that's why cavalry is starting to emerge.
So it's really Putin bringing back his true dream of Rinky-Dink the Wise in his time and era. They're bringing
He's chill like that. Don't judge it. He's chill.
Yes, I mean that's not Rinky-Dink the Wise right there. That's thug.
Man, bro, this horse be your plug, bro. Like this ain't no horse.
This thing right here is suspicious. Wearing that leather,
bro. I don't know what the hell this is, but beyond that though. The horse thing isn't really turning out too well. It does look like the return of Rinky-Dink the Wise is on the horizon, though. We've also been able to see that the Russian logistics were also being hit by the 7th Corps over the course of the day. Oh, Do you see? This is why they're running out of pieces.
Also, Miss Disa brought up a good point. Wearing cow leather. Yeah, I don't know how that works. The horse wearing leather like that. Hopefully it was pleather, because we wouldn't want any, like, animal on animal issues, if you know what I mean.
Man, it's like, man, where did you get that leather? I slaughtered the cow and I took its hide for the clothes. Damn, okay, son. Like, it's like, okay, you need to be on the front.
Man, some say that the Lavrov's family has begun volunteering for the Russian army. That's who they have. They're riding his family on horseback into battle.
They say it's an honorable thing, but I don't know about that.
Equestrian.
Oh, by the way, the first battalion of the Ukrainian Marines actually was conducting some strikes on the Russians in southern Pokrovsk today as well. Oh, damn. Well, that's
have you ever heard of, like, they say they're real, like, equestrian, like real equine?
The equine, the equestrian.
Yeah, the horses.
Man, I gotta say, apparently the Russians are great equestrians because they like to use those horses out on the battlefield. It's unfortunate, folks, because a lot of those horses actually do take direct hits from Ukrainian drones. There's really nothing the Ukrainians can do about that, though. It's not like these are shields that stop the Russians from being attacked, but, it's incredibly unfortunate to see that happen in real time. I've seen the clips of the horses actually getting hit, and it's as bad as you would think it is. But such is war. It's definitely not a pretty thing at all. And also, it's once again showing us how bad off the Russians are, because what modern army uses horses as a form of transportation and a way to fight? The last time that happened, folks, in history was a Polish cavalry charge in 1945, at the end of World War II. Since then, no country on the planet has ever used cavalry in an official military capacity. This is the first time since 1945 that we've seen this. 80 years in the future, the Russians are bringing back cavalry because they're that bad off. Meanwhile, moving on from that and down to Zaporizhzhia, we did get to see that the Ukrainians were hitting the Russians around the Huilopol area. Huilopol is currently a bit of a precarious front at the moment. The Russians are making limited advances in this area, but it's not as catastrophic as a lot of people are saying online. A lot of people are like, look, the lines are breaking! And it's like a small, advance. We've seen this a gazillion times before. But for some reason, people these days just want to be sensationalists and be like, oh my god! But there goes that Russian. He's sleeping with the fish. Meanwhile, we also were able to hear that the Ukrainians were continuing to fight for the town today, and the 425th Regiment is now involved in the fighting in this area.
Look at this view. This is strange.
Yes, this is the Google Maps view. And they're actually showing where the Russians are.
This is nice. Look at this. You can tell exactly where they are here.
Oh, damn.
Oh, they got a lot of men over there. They got them moving forward. We need this. Who did this animation right here? We might need their help.
Man, we need to call these guys up. They actually did some work. You see them giving the post-battle interview. They're on the Discord call with the boys, greasing Russians, as one does in Ukraine. When will this terrible war end? Probably when Putin gives up. I don't know. It's like maybe that's probably when it would end.
This war is very inconvenient. I need to go hit the 18 holes on that golf course.
I need to use these EMPP for Bitcoin mining. We need to get this thing done with. Like, it's a hurry up.
Oh, no. Yes, I heard about that. Just for context, folks, there was allegedly a story going around. Russia is claiming this, by the way. This is coming from Russian sources. They're saying that they discussed using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Remember, that's Ukraine's power plant, by the way, the nuclear one, the biggest one in Europe. They said they discussed using it to mine cryptocurrency with the United States of America. No joke. That's what the Russians are saying they discussed in these talks. It's crazy.
We love ourselves a nice Bitcoin, a great Bitcoin. I actually removed that from our map, but because it may, some people may consider it to be political, and also on top of that, we don't have enough confirmation to confirm that's being said. The Russians are saying that that's what was being said, and the Russians are very unreliable as a source. But that was a rumor that was going around today, and I gotta be honest with y'all. How much energy does it take to mine Bitcoin if you need the largest nuclear power plant in Europe to do it?
Man, Bitcoin mines, they're loud. They take a lot of energy. I mean, there's if you've ever seen one, I've also seen videos of documentaries of them. They are loud as hell. Like, they got to have fans cooling off the little mining machines and stuff like that. It takes a lot. It seems like a total waste.
I gotta be honest with you, though. Bitcoin is kind of sick. But anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to get on up to Kyiv. and cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this very day of the war. Folks, unfortunately, I got to tell y'all, we cannot play his Christmas address because it turns out they actually do play music that is copyrighted. They have a license for it, but we don't. So when we play it, it ends up being an issue. So we're just going to play his normal speech from the 25th of December instead of his actual Christmas address. So without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Сьогодні теж активний наш день, день нашої дипломатії. Були важливі розмови. Патріарх Варфоломій, я вдячний за привітання України та всіх українців з Різдвом, а також за чітку підтримку справжніх цінностей, цінностей миру та поваги до людського життя, до захисту життя. Сьогодні ж практично годину говорили з представниками президента Сполучених Штатів Америки. Ми говорили зі Стівом Віткофом та Джаредом Кушнером. І це була справді хороша розмова, багато деталей. Є хороші ідеї, ми їх обговорили. Є деякі наші нові ідеї, як наблизити реальний мир. І це стосується форматів, це стосується зустрічей, безумовно, таймінгу. Сьогодні Рустем Умєров ще буде говорити з американською командою. Важливо, якщо у нас вийде організувати те, про що ми говорили сьогодні. І вже готові деякі документи. Я бачу, що вони готові майже повністю. Деякі документи готові. Звісно, щодо сенситивних питань ще треба попрацювати, але ми разом з американською командою розуміємо, як це все забезпечити. Найближчі тижні теж можуть бути інтенсивними. Дякую, Америко, і дякую всім, хто продовжує свій тиск на Росію заради того, щоб там зрозуміли на 100%, що затягування війни буде мати жорсткі наслідки для них, для Росії. Я говорив сьогодні з прем'єр-міністром Норвегії, також вдячний Йонасу за незмінну підтримку, поінформував, що у нас в розмові з Америкою станом на зараз. Ми також з Йонасом обговорили можливі наступні спільні кроки і буду говорити також з іншими європейськими лідерами, щоб всі ми були в одному темпі і з одною спільною метою. Справжня безпека, справжнє відновлення, справжній мир. Це має бути. Була сьогодні доповідь Павла Паліси по питаннях, які додають нам можливості на фронті. Я підписав укази про відзначення наших воїнів державними нагородами. І кожен, хто зараз захищає наші позиції, всі, хто зараз на бойових завданнях, на бойових постах, всі, хто дає Україні захист від російських штурмів, від російських ударів, всі ви, наші воїни, робите наші дипломатичні позиції сильніше. Дякую вам, дякую всім, хто бореться заради України, як заради самого себе. Христос народився, славімо Його. Слава Україні!
Героям слава! And with that, folks, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1,402 of the news from around the world. And that is going to be moving us on into the second segment. I'm sorry, folks, if it sounds like I'm trying to get myself together. I had to go get a sip of water, and I actually choked on the water in the middle of the speech. My microphone was muted, so y'all didn't hear that. And I'm trying to recover from that at the moment. But with that in mind, I actually understand that Matthew is running a poll at the moment. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So while the enforcer recovers from the water choking incident there with the water, gotta have some agua, some H2O, they say, the H2NO. But to jump into the poll right here, it says Zelensky will meet with the United States president on Sunday at around 3 p.m. Eastern at, I think, Mar-a-Lago, but Palm Beach. That's what they're saying. It must be Mar-a-Lago. So they're discussing the new 20-point peace plan. So do you think Russia will end the war? 91% said no, while 9% said yes. So we have some very optimistic 10% of people that believe that the war will come to an end and that Russia will agree to end it. So me personally, I would say the odds are extremely low because I read through the 20-point peace plan and there were several things in there that Russia is not going to agree to. And when Zelensky comes out and says that he has 90% of the peace plan pretty much sealed up and pretty much squared away, he means with the United States. He doesn't mean with Russia. He's simply trying to appease U.S. officials. So they haven't even presented this thing to Putin yet. Once it gets to Putin, it's going to be shredded and ripped up. I can almost promise you that. That's the way it's gone the entire time. So Unless Zelensky is willing to give away all of his land and pretty much give up, then this thing is not going to be over anytime soon, and I'm with the 91%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, one, I thank you, Matthew, for
Whoa,
giving it.
that's loud.
Oh,
You got very loud. What happened?
nothing happened. Literally everything stayed the same.
Well, you got extremely loud on my end for some reason. You've kind of gone down a little bit now.
Oh man, I don't know what's up with that then. But I would have to be with the 90%. Would say no. You know what's kind of funny, Matthew, is that Zelensky said, I have 90% of the peace plan agreed upon with the United States. And then 90% of the audience is like, yeah, this ain't happening. Like, there is no peace coming around. It's not going to happen, folks. The Russians are going to shoot this thing down, even if we end up agreeing between the plan with Ukraine and the U.S. This is going to get shot down with the Russians, and it'll die there. There's going to be no way in hell, folks, that this is going to end out with the war ending. And I got to be entirely honest with y'all. Not to, and I got to make it clear, folks, I'm not being political when I say this, but I do have a little brain like everyone has, and my brain
A little
is
one.
a little one like everyone has. We all have little brains, compared to the scale of, like, say, an elephant's brain, they are on the smaller side. But I have a little brain, much like everyone else, and it clicks around, and it bebops like the little Windows screensaver, and it ends up coming up with good pattern recognition. And so far, the current administration has had a terrible track record of negotiating any sort of foreign policy developments or situations. So I have a feeling that this is going to end up quite abysmally, just because of the fact that none of them have turned out well so far. So generally, I don't really have a lot of hope for this. Like, I just don't really think that's going to be a possibility. And if people want to disagree and say that we're being biased here, well, look over the past year that this guy's been in office and look at all the foreign policy actions that he's made and tell me which one turned out well. I'll be waiting, because there's not really that many. I mean, there's a very, very small number. I mean, like, it's like maybe 3 out of dozens, and then the other dozens have ended up abysmally. So, I'm not going to knock them all out here on air, but that's the ongoing pattern. So going off of the statistic probability, this is going to fall flat on its face. So with that,
I think the only reason at this point that Zelensky is still trying to keep the U.S. officials on his good side, or on their good side, basically, for Ukraine, is because he needs replenishments of the current weapons that Ukraine has, which the U.S. has the ability to stop. Even if Ukraine buys the weapons, the U.S. could be a real pain in the ass and tell Ukraine, well, we're actually not going to let you even pay for the weapons because we just hate this war so much you can't even buy weapons from us. We will not continue to sell you weapons because we can't do that anymore. They might say that. So I think that's why Zelensky is still hanging around with that whole thing, because otherwise Zelensky has every reason to walk off and say, hey, look, I'm not going to keep getting put through the ringer when Putin won't even agree to peace.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that's probably also going to be the case. And also on top of that, folks, I got to say this, folks, from a foreign policy standpoint, dealing with the president is like nails on the chalkboard. It's extremely, like, if you don't believe me on that, you can literally look at anyone who's dealt with him so far, and about half of them have already gotten fed up and told him to just kiss it and get lost. Thailand and Cambodia, well, Thailand did that in particular, while Cambodia tried to play the victim and appeal to the United States. A lot of European countries are getting very close to that. Zelensky has already stated in the past, listen, either America is going to be with us or we're going, and they're going to get lost. And then a decent amount of other countries within the Middle East, Israel always does it, but Israel did it. They also said, look, we're going to do what we want, get lost. Like, when you deal with someone who always says, do this or else because I'm righteous and you're not, it doesn't end up well. We know that from personal experience because we have to deal with people like that sometimes. It never ends up well. You usually end up telling people like that to kiss your ass because you just get tired of having to hear that and deal with it, and deal with someone who thinks that they're better than thou in every single situation, and there's some sort of a special ordained rule from the sky that makes it that way. That doesn't end up well, particularly for the person who's trying to approach every situation like that. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least from what I would know from personal experience and how everyone else has been dealing with it. And, that is what it is. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into the questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping back into our super chat questions, our first one here is going to go to none other than BC Skyman, a channel legend. He is back once again and throws in a very generous $100 support. And thank you very much, BC, for once again supporting the channel in a very big way, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And BC said, welcome back, awesome enforcers. Merry late Christmas and a Happy New Year to the LSA family.
Hey, and a Merry Christmas to you, BC Skyman, and welcome back. It's great to have you back. It's good to have you here because you're a pillar of the Least Spring Army, and you're an old guard and a channel legend as well. You practically have every single title that one could get in the Least Spring Army. And I gotta say, we had a pretty good Christmas, all things considered. We actually went on a little hike through a trail in the Wasatch Forest on Christmas Day, which was pretty fun. And then we had presents, and then we ate a beef bowl. That was our Christmas dinner, was a beef bowl. Matthew cooked that thing up pretty damn good, I'm not going to lie. It was very good and delicious. So we had a pretty good Christmas, all things considered. I was pretty happy with it. Matthew, were you happy with it?
I was happy with it myself. I was good with it. I was fine with it. Honestly, it didn't snow out here very much. It's still not very much snowed in the valley out here in Salt Lake City, but there is some snow if you go all the way up the top of the Wasatch to Alta or one of those places like Snowbird. There is some snow up there, but it's not as much as I would expect. So kind of weird conditions this year. It looks like Colorado, pretty much nobody that should be getting snow is getting the snow that they usually get, which is unfortunate because I was wanting to see it. Now, hopefully, maybe next week it'll start snowing dramatically and start snowing us in. That would be pretty cool. But I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet either. And actually, funnily enough, folks, to tell you all a little bit about what we did on Christmas, we actually hiked the little trail that's right below the little Mormon record-keeping vault place right here. We actually wandered around these trails right through here, like right in this area. That was pretty cool, actually. Let me see if I can show you all what that kind of looks like. Oh yeah, here is the spot. Yeah, this is actually where we were standing at one point, right here. And this was the view that we had, and it actually kind of looked like that on the day we were there. It's just a lot more barren because it's winter, and most of the trees have lost their leaves to hibernate for the winter season. But this is what it looked like, and it was a really, really cool hike. I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. Compared to Alabama, the natural beauty around here is unparalleled. This is about, I think, like 20 to 30 minutes from basically anywhere in the city that's accessible to the public, completely free. And it's just a great place to be and wander around. So that was a pretty fun thing. So we did that, and also everyone's like, wow, that is so pretty. Yeah, I know, right? And it's crazy because it's literally right outside the city. Like, the city starts like about a mile down in that direction. It's right around this corner. You cannot see it from here, but from here you would think you're literally in the middle of the wilderness, but the city is literally just a mile around this bend right here. The city starts right there. Let me show you all that, because it's actually kind of crazy. So this is where the city starts. Right here. The city starts right here. And if you drive up that road about a half mile, you make it to those trails. Or I think it's about a mile actually, but you make it to those trails and you feel like you're in the literal middle of nowhere. And then you get in your car and you drive literally a mile down the street and you're right back in the middle of Salt Lake City again, which is really cool. So, that was a fun thing to do. And then we traded our presents out. I got a Roomba.
I got a Lego Concorde, man. I got a Lego Concorde, man. I got to build that thing at some point. I got to find the time to build it because I need it for the tables over here. Also, folks, I cannot believe I'm telling you this, and this is something here. It's a real behind the scenes thing right here. After 1.5 years almost, I finally have furniture to sit on. After 1.5 years, I have been standing in my house staring at the wood floor for 1.5 years, thinking, damn, it would be nice to sit down. I'll have my office chair to sit in, and it's very upright. It's made for working, and that's it, not kicking back. I finally have furniture. I have a couch. It's a couch. I feel like a caveman that just discovered fire. I can sit down, I can actually rest, and I don't have to feel like I'm standing up for 12 hours straight. So I can actually do it and sit down. It's a Christmas miracle. It came one day after Christmas, and I was like, thank God, it's here. It's here. I've been waiting for so long. That's the best thing, honestly. Outside the Lego kit, I love the furniture. It's fantastic.
It's amazing. It truly is a Christmas miracle, folks, because Enforcer HQ 2.0 was done in a very rushed way due to situations in the background that were generally out of our control. So we had to set up Enforcer HQ 2.0 in a very rushed way, and we had no furniture. I still actually have no furniture in my part of HQ 3.0, and I'm still waiting for mine at the moment, but we have had no furniture for 1.5 years. So if we're not laying down in bed sleeping, and we're not sitting at the computer working, we're standing all day long, every single day, and we've been doing that for 1.5 years. So it feels like a huge upgrade when I went over to Matthew's part of the HQ today, and I saw that he had couches, and they're actually comfortable. I was like, oh my god! I was like, this is crazy. It's like standing up your whole life, and you just sat down, and it literally is that. So I was like, wow, that's so cool. Honestly, it was the neatest thing. I should be getting my stuff soon.
Honestly, I was sitting on that couch today. Like, I came back in from doing a little errands and stuff, and I came back in and sat down on it, and I was just like, literally, like, losing my mind. I was like, if somebody looked in the window, they'd think I was psychotic, sitting there laughing on the couch like a maniac, going, ah! It was like I was just losing my mind. I was like, I can't believe I'm sitting on a couch at this point. Honestly, people, appreciate your couch. Like, some people like Matt, they didn't have a couch for a long time. They stood there staring at the wood floor thinking, if only I had a couch. If only I could sit my weary bones down on this couch and simply do Twitter on the couch instead of on the floor, on the carpet. That would be fantastic. For a long time, I was doing all the Twitter work from a carpet. And that was literally the work for a long time. Now we've upgraded. We've gone to the big leagues now. The Enforcer Media has gone to the big leagues. We have places to sit. It's crazy. It's a novel concept. You should try it.
It's really crazy, folks. It really is. I mean, like, getting to sit down after standing up for so long, it feels great, honestly. So, that was a really cool thing that he got after Christmas, but that wasn't a present for me. But I will say that apparently there's a lot of Lego folks here in the chat. I've seen a lot of people talking about that throughout the night, like Lego this, Lego that, after we brought up that Matthew got a Lego Concorde for Christmas. Matthew didn't just get a Lego Concorde for Christmas. He also got the Lego bonsai tree and a Lego orchid set for Christmas as well. Those were like little sides to the Concorde, but the Concorde was the big one. And also, by the way, I have to say this, huge thanks to Matthew. He actually let me build his bonsai tree yesterday after like I gave him the present. He's like, oh, this is sick. And I was like, hey, you want like the bonsai tree like built? And he was like, yeah, sure. So I built it. And I'm not gonna lie, folks, I haven't built Lego anything in probably 10 years. And I sat down and I built that Lego bonsai tree, and I was like, this is probably one of the most entertaining things I've done in a minute. Like, it was actually really fun to build it. So I was like, wow, that's so cool. So Matthew actually has a little Lego bonsai tree on his desk now at his computer. Let me go pull this up for y'all, because
honestly, it's greater than the real deal. You don't have to water it or anything. It looks fantastic. It goes great on the desk over here. Also, yeah, there it is right there, actually. That's the real deal.
Yeah, this is exactly the one that he has on his desk because as a kid, and they're all made like that. You can also switch it out to have cherry blossoms, which it looks cool until you put them on, and it really wasn't either of our favorite, because when I was originally building, I was like, which one do you want, man? Do you want the green or do you want the cherry blossoms? He's like, honestly, I kind of want the cherry blossoms. It looks cool. I was like, yeah, I agree. And then I made it, and one thing that you don't really see, that doesn't really translate in the pictures too well, is that the little cherry blossoms are actually pink frogs. And you really see that in person after you build it. So it was like a tree of frogs. So then we were like, I don't know. Also, that lighting kit right here, dude, looks sick.
Oh man, that is good. That is nice right there. How
That's
$50. What are they kidding? Is that $50?
Yeah, $45 for that. But that looks
damn.
sick.
Like,
I mean, that's actually pretty damn sick. That makes the cherry blossom one look cool.
I can do without the lighting kit. For $50, I'll use a desk lamp to light that up or something.
You know what's crazy is that's actually as much as the bonsai tree kit itself. It was like $50. This thing is, the lighting kit's 50. But I think that's done by like not Lego. But also let me go pull up the Lego orchid. Because this was also this one's a pretty cool one in my opinion. I like that one. It looks pretty cool to me. It's just a nice thing to have like on a table somewhere. Because who doesn't like flowers? I mean, flowers look great. It livens up a room, and also you don't have to water them, so that's a plus because it doesn't take maintenance. But the big one that he got was the Lego Concorde. And this is the one that I got him right here. Wait, right here. Yeah. Look at that.
Oh. Wait, is it really that big? Is that guy over there's holding it like that one over there?
Oh, hell yeah.
Damn. I don't know where I'm going to be able to put that, actually. I didn't know it was that large when he built it.
Is it really that big, though? Because it doesn't look that big near to this guy.
I think he might be exaggerating the scale of it in that other one. Or maybe he's building like a custom one or something.
No, that one had like the kit box back there. either this guy is really small or he got the jumbo sized one. I don't know, because this is what it actually is. I was thinking that's pretty damn big. I was like, I was telling, yeah, that's the size. I was like, I don't think it is, because that's what it actually is. But this one's really cool, folks. It's actually got like a lot of neat little features in it. Well, what? That's it. Let me just type it in up here. Concord. They use the French spelling because there's actually two different ways, folks, that you spell Concorde. Because the Concorde was an Anglo-French design team that was involved in making this aircraft. So the British would call it the Concorde, spelled C-O-N-C-O-R-D. The French would call the Concorde C-O-N-C-O-R-D, because that was the French way to spell Concorde. I gotta be honest with y'all, the name doesn't really live up, because Concord kind of means like friendship or like a partnership or something like that. And the French and British hate each other, and they still kind of do. So, you know, they didn't really get along too well making this thing. But it was an impressive plane when it was complete.
I always knew it for the jelly. You know, that Concord grape jelly? That's how I always knew it like that.
What?
You don't know about that jelly, that Concord grape?
Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you, man, that's a pretty good one. Man, that was actually good, I gotta say. But it has the droop snoot. Look at that. You can actually droop the snoot.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think it's got Technic on the inside of it, too. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah. Look at that. I'm going to be fascinated to see me build that.
I think it's got working gear, but I had so much fun, folks, building that Lego set for Matthew yesterday that I actually had to go get the Lego Retro Radio today, and I'm actually building that one. I was building that one before I started working today, which is this one, and I actually have a coffee machine that matches that color exactly. Matthew knows what I'm talking about. He's seen it before. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this thing, build it, and put it up there near to the coffee machine, so that way it's got like kind of like a matching accessory. And when you look at this thing from far away, you really can't tell that it's even Lego. It kind of just looks like a normal, kind of like portable radio from back in the day. So I was like, that's pretty
cool. Does it work?
You can, there's a little slot that they have. Let's see. Yeah, right there. You can actually put your phone in it. And like kind of like play soundtracks off your phone. So it doesn't really like work per se, but it does have some pretty cool features. Like I made it far enough, folks, on building this thing that I built the knobs and also the little like, let's see here. Is there a bigger picture of this? Yeah, here you go. So I built these knobs up here at the top, and also this little center part with the dial that shows what AM or FM you're tuned into. And those actually work. You can like turn the radio on and off, and if you click it to off, you can't move the little dial, like the little AM FM thing. But if you turn it on, it actually will work and you can move it.
Interesting. It should have had like a radio kit that you could have built in with it, where you could actually add the electronics. That would be really cool.
Yeah, or, you know, maybe have it, like, connect to Bluetooth or something like that, so that way you could play something.
Oh, radio kit's simple. Like, you know, Radio Shack, when they used to be around, I'm not sure if they still are around. I think they might be around somewhat. I'm not really sure or clear on that. But back when Radio Shack was around, they had these, like, really basic FM, AM radio kits that you could simply unscrew the backing from it and take the radio component out. And it had, like, a little cheap speaker, too, and you could just retrofit that into pretty much anything. So you could do it with those, so they sell that kit separate.
Well, we'll say this guy actually did that. He put a Raspberry Pi in there, and I guess he made it into an actual radio.
Now, see, that's a little bit more complicated there, but you got to know how to program the Pi and all that stuff like that. The little Radio Shack kit I'm talking about, you can just plug and play that. It was already ready to go.
Honestly, man, I'm not really into programming Pi. I'm more into baking it. I think I just baked the thing and it worked that way.
You can do that too. Yeah, baking Pi, it also works too. Raspberry Pis have gotten crazy expensive now, like compared to what they used to be. Like, I can't remember the exact price of them. I saw somebody talking about the price of them yesterday. I have a Raspberry Pi from back in the day that I used to work on myself, and I think it was like, it cost next to nothing, and that was the whole appeal of it. I think now they've gone more like commercialized with it.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that. But also I see some people like, oh, like you like retro stuff. Yeah, I will admit I like the retro stuff. I like that like 50s kind of like beige-ish color that they had, or like more so pastel colors that they had to everything. I think it was actually not that bad of a look. And this kind of does fall within that. I see Richard Manieren saying, check out the Lego EMD SD70. EMD SD70. Let's take a look. Oh, damn. Oh my god. Wow, that is actually really cool. And someone put a light set in that thing. This is not a sanctioned Lego set, by the way, folks. But that is pretty damn cool, I will admit. That looks just like an SD-70 Ace. That's really neat. That's a Rio Grande Heritage unit, but sick. I mean, like, I didn't know that people do crazy stuff with Legos, though. I don't know why I'm that blown away by that. I mean, look at that. You can literally see that they built an engine in it and everything. I mean, that's actually pretty wild to see. But people do crazy stuff with Legos, though. I've heard about people making all kinds of stuff out of Legos, literally anything and everything. But that thing is massive. Like, damn, like, that thing is huge. Like, probably weighs like 100 pounds or something.
Yeah, it looks pretty large.
Man, you would not want to drop it. Like, I can promise you that. You wouldn't want to drop that thing. But anyways. Oh, by the way, if y'all haven't looked at Lego in a minute, they've got some crazy stuff. Like, let me show you this, Matthew. I think this is the biggest set that they've made so far, and I gotta show you a person standing near it for scale. They have a Lego Eiffel Tower that's 10,000 pieces, and it's 5 feet tall.
I feel like that would be cool if you were stationary and you weren't moving, but if you ever had to move, that'd be a nightmare.
It's modular. It does come apart. You can actually take it apart and like pack it in boxes because it has multiple different stages. Let me see. Oh yeah, here you go. There's the picture showing you it coming apart in like pre-made stages. So it's like a modular build, kind of like the modular building sets. So you can actually take it apart and pack it into boxes with some like packing paper and stuff and move with it.
That's got to be over $1,000.
I think it's like $670. So it's not $1,000, but it's getting on up there.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. But then they also have this one, like the Lego Titanic. This thing is 5 feet long in like length. There it is with a person standing near it.
Just as much as a car payment.
Yeah, it is. Like it's insanely expensive, but I will admit it's pretty freaking cool. I mean, it looks just like the Titanic. I mean, that's pretty neat. But the one
they had that lady building that thing like she's a historian or something like that. They have her building it like it's something like that belongs in a museum.
Man, and then they have this really cool one, man. I was telling you about this one earlier today. The Lego Endurance from Ernest Shackleton's Antarctic expedition. This one was super cool. I was like, man, this one is $270, so it's well on up there. But it is pretty damn cool. And I was like, man, that would be a pretty neat one to have.
Maybe.
We'll see, folks. The honest truth is, I'll probably never get this, but it does look cool. So, that has one thing going for it. I like sailing ships. I wish Lego would do more sailing ships like that, like the Cutty Sark and others like in that category, because they look great. I mean, they look really good, and I like sailing ships for, like, desk displays, and it'd be cool to build one out of Lego. That'd be pretty neat. Anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so moving into our next one here, this one goes to none other than Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef, for that massive $100 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Chef Danny said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here, and glad y'all had a great Christmas. And mine was good, too. A lot of cooking. And it was 74 degrees here in Chicago, or Colorado yesterday. And I honestly thought it was Chicago for a minute. I was like, 74 degrees in Colorado. That's crazy. He said, and why are we taking so long with boarding that ship near Venezuela? LOT, LSA.
I think they're armed, to be entirely honest with you, Chef Danny B, because they're treating this thing with a lot of red tape instead of everything that they've done with the other ships, which is just simply boarding them and taking them. There's been a lot of red tape involved in this one, so I believe that they're armed, and they're trying to figure out how to work around that problem without anyone getting wounded or killed in the Coast Guard trying to board the ship. But beyond that, thank you so much for saying that you're glad to hear we had a good Christmas. We had as good a one as we can. And I got to thank you so much for the support. It's good to hear that you had a pretty decent Christmas, but I hate to hear that you were cooking, because I know that you cook for work, so it probably felt like you were working over the holiday, but still, I'm sure many people got a lot of enjoyment out of your cooking, because I'm sure it's got to be top-notch for sure, because you are the official chef of the LSA, after all, and you can't be the official chef of the LSA if you don't cook good. So that means by default, you cook good, and you're like the Gordon Ramsay of the LSA, or maybe the Marco Pierre White, or maybe, where are some other chefs, Matthew?
Marco Pierre White.
We just did that one. Nor Snunkpot.
Gordon Ramsay.
We already did that one too.
Guy Fieri.
Yeah, Guy Fieri. Yeah.
Yeah. I totally mispronounced his name wrong on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, Guy Fieri. Man, like, honestly.
Honestly, it'd sound cooler if he called himself Guy Fieri. It's like, that's a lot more menacing sounding than Guy Fieri.
Man, honestly, man. But beyond that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for the amazingly massive support and helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing a reality, Chef Janny B. Not only are you the official chef of the LSA, you're a channel legend and helping us to keep this thing rolling every day. So we can say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mark Ead, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mark, as well, for throwing in that generous $50 support. We do appreciate it. And Mark said, great to be back. And take one for the super chat from the live chat. LSA from New Zealand.
In LSA to New Zealand. I got to thank you so much for the support. And I got to thank you for the kind words. We always appreciate those kind words, and it's always great to have you back. It's always great to have you back, Mark. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
And the live chat question in honor of Mark's super chat goes to Cray, who said, is it true that Putin is starting to stick Wagner soldiers on their ghost dark shipping fleet?
That's what we've heard, and it might be true. But you know, it's generally kind of more so rumor reports that are coming out at the moment. But I would generally lean towards that being more so true than not. So I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Numerian. And thank you very much, Numerian, as well, for that $50 support. I was just checking. I was double checking here to make sure they did not leave a comment with that. And I don't think they did, but I'm scrolling up to check right this second, though, to make sure. And I do not see a comment with this one, I don't think. And it was just straight up support right there. Numerian threw that in with no comment at all. But we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. It's folks like you who make this channel possible. You didn't throw in a comment. You didn't throw in a single word. But still, we're massively appreciative to your support, and we thank you greatly for helping this channel to keep rolling. It's folks like you who have made this thing possible for many years, and it's thanks to funding from viewers like you that make this show possible. RIP PBS, by the way. They're actually going to go under next year. They've already announced that, so very unfortunate. But with that, a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, folks, I am currently tracking a possible violation of the Thai-Cambodia ceasefire right now. There's two possible violations. I'm really not sure about the timing on this. And we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. It looks like there's reports that the Thai army attacked the Sangam resort in Chom. That's the report right now. So we'll have to see if that's the case. Also, there's a separate report that apparently there's been more firing near the Chom border this morning. So not totally sure if that happened after or before the signing of the ceasefire, but it looks like it happened very recent, as of like 30 minutes to an hour ago. So not totally sure on the timing of that. So we'll have to see tomorrow morning how that pans out. It's possible it could have been broken within the first couple of hours, which would be not too shocking, but that would be rather extreme for it to be broken that quick. Allegedly by the Thai side, if this turns out to be the case.
Interesting, and we'll be trying to keep an eye on that, folks, and if there's any developments on it, I'm sure y'all can expect to hear that in the short war video that'll probably be coming out tomorrow. And so with that, we're on.
And also one other thing too, India is lodging a formal diplomatic protest right now over H-1B visa delays. India says that several Indians have been stranded in India for quite some time due to the United States being too slow in processing H-1B visa appointments, and this has caused extreme hardship for Indian families, and the USA should get their act together so that way they can send more H-1B visa workers to the United States. So India's not happy either.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, folks, we ought to hurry that up. I mean, there's many hardworking Americans that we have to screw over by giving good-paying jobs to other people from other countries. So we need to hurry that up and get those rubber stamps going.
Honestly, the audacity of India to even say that's crazy work right there. To literally gripe about not processing H-1B visa workers fast enough. It's like, first of all, why do you have so many applicants to the United States that were having delays in processing the H-1B visas? That's a problem in itself, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's something else. And also, I gotta say, folks, I'm gonna die on this hill. I don't care what happens or what people think. It is absolutely a disgrace for a sitting U.S. administration to say that Americans are too stupid for some jobs and to tell them that they'll never have those jobs because they're just too stupid. You know, while at the same time, they also complain that people are up to their necks in debt because they go into, say, to get a doctorate or whatnot in specific career fields like, you know, medicine or anything along those lines, and then they get screwed over because people would rather hire, say, an Indian that will work for, $30,000 a year less than an American would. And so they're always deprioritized for those jobs. So all these people are up to their necks in debt, have nowhere to work to even try and pay off the debt. Meanwhile, we give away these jobs to, say, citizens of India and elsewhere that then come over here and replace those folks in their jobs, and then also send a large amount of their earnings back to India. So it doesn't even circulate through the U.S. economy. It just ends up being paid to them and then exiting the U.S. economy altogether. It's like, that's not like, I'll say this, folks. I don't care what people think about that. That is not a good thing for the U.S. citizenry, and that is really screwing over the hardworking and intelligent citizenry. Also, on top of that, it's like, I'm not going to get into this, but talking about, IQs, I'm fairly sure that the United States of America, on average, if we pull all of the IQ scoring globally and then we distribute it from nation to nation, because it's a bell curve. So every single year, whatever 100 is, that's the average, and it kind of fluctuates a little every single year. But I think the United States has an average IQ of 102, which is above average compared to multiple other countries around the world, which sometimes have IQs on average that are in, say, the 80s or the 70s. So, I don't really know why in the world we're saying that Americans are stupid, because statistically speaking, if we're using IQ as a measurement for intelligence, which I don't really think it's that reliable, but if we are, because it's really the only measure of intelligence we have, America is on the above average side in intelligence on average, from what I understand. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Tommy Two Tokes, who puts in a $50 support as well. And thank you very much, Tommy, for that generous $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, love you guys, and can't always catch you live, but always watch and keep up the great work and solid coverage for as long as I've been a member. And LSA, and take a question from the chat, and Slava Ukraine.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and the kind words, and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to hear those kind words, and we wouldn't be able to keep running this news, so that way we can keep telling everyone what's going on around the world every single day. I've got to thank you massively for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible, and we would have never been able to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, I saw some people saying, what IQ the U.S. is here and there. I found a website that actually has compiled the average IQs from every nation around the world. And I got to be honest with y'all, folks, I feel like some of this is fibbed, because if you look at it here, it's like, isn't it kind of a little particularly interesting that all of our adversary states, like Russia has 103, China has 107, Iran has 106. It's like, isn't that kind of weird?
It's to me, I don't look at IQ personally, because, I will say this, even though I'm not in favor of foreign nationals taking the jobs of Americans, I will say this. There are very, very talented Indian individuals that work in IT, very talented. I've seen it myself, because I used to do IT for a certain little firm out there. I used to do that. So very talented out there. But the problem is this, though. There are also talented American IT workers as well. So if they're already American citizens, then naturally they should be first in line for the job. It shouldn't be, a foreign national is the first in line for the job, unless they're an American citizen. So that's my take on it personally. I think as well, I think also, speaking of India, I think some of the workers that are not able to get H-1B visas, I think some of them are actually signing up for the Russian military, like, no joke.
Yeah, I think that is actually the case. But I'll say this, folks, for my piece on that, again, is that it doesn't really matter whether Americans are smart or not, just to be entirely honest with y'all. These citizens live within this country. The government has a responsibility to put them in the best position possible. I'll tell y'all why that's not the case, is because a whole bunch of people that are currently in the U.S. government, a lot of them are incredibly well off and run large corporations. Corporations are always trying to find ways to cut corners and make sure to get as much profit out as possible of the companies, so that way they can make their shareholders happy, and then that way they can stay as the CEO or the president of the company that they're in charge of. So what they're doing, or what they would like to see, is that they can continue to import people who are willing to work for less pay and undercut the American workers, because that allows for them to be able to continue to show rising profits to their shareholders because of decreasing labor costs, and also on top of that, that allows for them to continue to screw over the U.S. citizenry to their benefit. that's something that I generally would say is not really an American outlook, is looking towards the benefit of your pocket over the benefit of the nation in the long term. And to say that the Americans are stupid when they're clearly not. I mean, it's like, if Americans were stupid, then why in the world does the United States still lead technologically in basically almost every single category? Whether people want to believe that or not, it's like, how in the hell is that the case? It's like, we lead the
Yeah.
world in rocketry, we lead the world in automotive technology, we lead the world in locomotive and railroading infrastructure and technology for freight at least, we lead the world in almost every single aspect economically and everything else. It's like, you don't do that by being a nation of idiots. You know, if you're a nation of idiots, you end up like, say, North Korea. You know, it's like, that's a nation
Yeah.
of idiots. You don't end up as the most powerful and successful nation on the planet being a nation of idiots.
And also, even if it was true, like, and I don't believe it's true. I don't think Americans are stupid personally. I'm an American myself. I don't think I'm stupid, but I don't think Americans are stupid. But even if there was an education problem, you don't fix the problem by importing labor to replace those individuals. You learn how to educate your populace to fill those positions. You fund these education programs, give grants and things like that, so that way they can learn the skill, and that way the American, that is the American, can have the job that's for America, that's here in the country. Every country's got to look out for themselves, by the way. Like, for example, India has to look out for their own people. Like, India should prioritize Indians in their country. That it's their country. They should be prioritized. It's their place. Same in America. We should prioritize Americans in our country. If you're an American, you should be first in line for the job, not a foreign national. It's that simple. Every country should be minded like that. It only makes sense.
And the law should be structured that way to where there should be no H-1B visas. There were hardly any of them. I mean, it should be a humongous red tape process to hand out H-1B visas. Right now, it's basically a whoever wants it sort of a policy. Like, how many workers do you want to replace, you know, for cheap? That many, well, you know, 1,000, here you go. Here's that many H-1B visas, knock yourself out. That's basically how the system's working these days. It should be heavily limited, heavily restricted, and we should be trying to make sure to pipeline all of those American citizens that are up to their neck in exorbitant university and college debt right now into those jobs, so that way they can just try and even pay off the extreme debt they've gotten themselves into because the U.S. said, oh, go to college, you'll get a job. And then we go, actually, you're too stupid to get the job, although you were probably magna cum laude in your class in the specific category, you got a doctorate in it. Now we're going to give this to some guy from, you know, India or something who will work for less. So, you know, screw you, have fun paying off those loans, go work at McDonald's. It's like, that's really messed up. Like, that's incredibly messed up.
Also, by the way, something I just remembered, by the way, there were transcripts that came out from like 2003 when Putin was talking. I think he was talking to Bush or something like that. Putin said, and this is what Putin allegedly said in a transcript, that even though Iranian, like the Iranian government that is, people view them as being extremist in ideology, which they are. I mean, it's not up for dispute. The Iranian government is extremist without a fact or without a doubt, I must say. But Putin says that they're intellectuals. Like, that's what Putin said. He said, even though they're extremists in ideology, they're also intellectuals as well. I'm like, I don't know about that. You're telling me that the government in Iran, which makes the most stupid decisions in the world and can't even get their government to function properly or provide water to the civilians, are you telling me they're intellectuals? I'm like, I don't know. Like, maybe an intellectual in Putin's reference it could be, but not in my view.
Hell no, they're not intellectuals, man. Like, listening to anyone from the Iranian government, they like, all they know is violence, basically. That's the only language that they talk in. Anytime they give a speech, sure, they can throw out some words that you have to whip out a dictionary or a thesaurus sometimes to figure out what they mean, like, you know, when Kim Jong-un said dotard in North Korea, but at the same time, that does not mean that that's a nation of intellectuals. I mean, they're quite violent people when you get down to it, especially in the Iranian government. I mean, they're like bloodlusted people. The whole way they operate in foreign policy is funding a terrorist group somewhere and making them attack someone they don't like. That's not really an intellectual approach to something or figuring out how to work something. I will say this, however, the Chinese government, as much as I cannot stand the Chinese Communist Party, generally is a nation more so intellectual than not, because they use lawfare, especially international lawfare, to the absolute extreme, at least until recently when they started threatening Takaishi and with death and other things that they've done. But generally over the past few decades, they generally operate on a very heavy lawfare sort of a perspective on international law. And they maneuver more so in that sort of an aspect on the legal aspect than they do just open statements of violence up until now. Like they just started doing that recently, which may be showing an intellectual decline within the Chinese Communist Party's top leadership, but generally they emphasize that a great deal. I'd also say that Japan is definitely one of those countries as well, along with South Korea. And the United States certainly is one of those countries, along with most European states as well. You'll generally see the countries that are more so actually focused on intellectualism and generally, I guess you say merit-based performance, they generally are the most successful countries on the planet. Others, like Russia, they generally fall fourth and fifth fiddle because they don't really focus on intellectualism. They focus more so on thuggism and brute force, really, to get anything done.
That's because of the lack of education. All the countries you mentioned that are supposedly intellectual countries, they all have really good education systems. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that is true. And you would think that the United States would prioritize education.
No. They might want to abolish that. They might want to abolish that.
Yeah, a stupid populace is easier to control, folks. I mean, look at it right now. I mean, only a sliver of the population is absolutely stupid. Yet they talk incredibly loud, and they make a lot of people believe that what they're saying is right. I mean, there's a lot of people out there, folks, in the United States these days that legitimately believe that the Earth is flat. Like, you can literally fly in a plane and see the curvature of the Earth slightly out of your window. You'd have to be literally blind, stupid, or dumb to believe the Earth is flat. And there's people out there who believe that.
There are people that legitimately get on like this Google map you're looking at, and they're like, it's flat. I'm like, well, I mean, it's flat here on the Google Maps, but it's not flat in the real world. I mean, if you go on Google Earth, it'll have it round. It'll round it out for you right there. I just can't believe that. Like, I think some people do that just to rage bait.
I think some of them do. But man, imagine those people, man, when they get into the U.S. Army in the artillery, and then they have to learn about the Coriolis effect because the curvature of the Earth and the rotation of it actually affects how a shell lands on target, and you have to put that into an equation to figure out how that's going to work. Man, they must be great artillerists. Man, the Earth is flat, fire, and then they miss and they end up conducting friendly fire. It's like, great job, Bozo. It's like really good one. But man, I gotta say. That's but I'll also say this, folks. There are a lot of really smart Americans out there. It's just that the stupid ones kind of take the cake, and they're also fun to make fun of. And that's why you'll see that on every single talk show. They'll be like, "Where is America?" And then the stupid American that they get on camera, "It's right here." And then they point to Iran or something like that. There's like probably 15 other people that answered that correctly when they looked at the map, but they'll pick out the stupid ones because, I mean, how entertaining would it be to see a whole bunch of people guess America's in the right spot? It wouldn't be that entertaining at all. That's not good TV. It's better to have a whole bunch of people pick Japan or Iran or something and say that's the United States than it would be to have them pick the United States. That just wouldn't be fun to watch. So, that's also another thing that people don't know is that whenever you see a Russian abroad or a Chinese citizen abroad, those usually are their brightest people. In China, they really don't let a lot of their people travel abroad unless if they're more privileged people, in the upper crust, you could call it, more intelligent or have some sort of party affiliations. Because when they travel around the world, they give off the impression that, outside of the fact that they don't know to duck their head down on an oncoming bridge when they're on a double-decker bus and they're about to get their head swiped off, flung schmoove off by the bridge they're about to hit with their head. But outside of that, they generally allow their brightest to leave the country and leave the others behind. So when they go out into the world, everyone goes, "Wow, the Chinese are so smart. We must be really stupid compared to these guys." And you're only seeing the smartest. It would be like if the United States only allowed citizens of the country that were intelligent or had some connection to the U.S. government to leave the country and travel abroad. Then a lot of people around the world would go, "Wow, Americans are really smart and well cultured, and intellectual." But that's not the case. That's not the case in any country. Anyone who believes that a country is just full of smart people, you haven't been there. Because if you go to any country in the world, there's some smart people, there's some pretty above average intelligence people, and then there's stupid people. And stupid people are everywhere. You'll run into them in Russia, in China, anywhere. Like literally anywhere that you can imagine on the planet.
It's really not stupid. Like me personally, the way I look at it, there's positions for everybody out there. Every country needs a wide range of individuals. Some people that want to aspire to like intellectual pursuits, you have to have people like that, and you also have to have people that are really good at other things too. So there's a spot for everybody. If everybody was a an intellectual, like someone who wanted to crack the book open and to sit there and read the book all day, then you're not going to have a very good country at that point because you can't just have all of one type of person and have a successful country. So there's a spot for everybody. Me personally, I don't really say stupid. It's just a different skill set of person for a different type of position. So I mean, there's a place for everybody is what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like stupid people, like people who are like in ISIS, or people when you whip out a
Oh,
camera.
those are just bad intended people.
Well, I mean, sometimes they're also pretty stupid as well. Like who in the world could believe an ideology like that if you had any sense? Like you gotta be a little bit daft at some point to be a part of ISIS, or to say
Well,
become a party
you,
member in the CCP.
Well, there's a lot of intellectuals out there that get brainwashed by these extremists, and they actually do end up following what would seem to be stupid ideologies. I mean, what you would think, what smart person supports a group like that? You would think that it would be pretty stupid. But sometimes, these people that are like, academics or intellectuals, they get misguided and they start thinking these like weird thoughts that somehow it's good when it's obviously bad. So I mean, it can happen.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. But also, like, I think you and I can admit, Matthew, there are some pretty, like, there's like some stupid people in Russia. We see them in the Russian army all the time.
Oh yeah.
Like then there's going to be stupid people in China. I mean, like, and when I say stupid, I don't mean, like, oh, they work as a janitor at McDonald's. No, I mean like people who like don't know how to even put on their left shoe on their left foot, sort of stupid, and it takes them a lot to get a hang of that. And it's not like they're impaired or anything like that. It's just they're like that. And you'll run into people like that all around the world, like the people who just don't care or don't give a damn. And you'll ask them something like, like you can ask a Chinese citizen, "What do you think about Japan?" And they'll come up with like a stereotype or something, like whatever stereotype you want to imagine, because they don't research or learn anything about anything. It's just whatever's in front of them is all they care about, and that's it. And then it's like, okay, well, that, this person, you can't really ask a lot about on policy. But then also they act like they know everything in the world when they've looked into nothing to know anything. So, you'll run into people like that all over. But anyways, with that, I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Cerebrus. Once again, he puts in another $50 support. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that second support right there. And we do appreciate that. And they said also the support and charity you donate, and Navy Vet, and can also appreciate what you do to help people.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, it's a great thing to hear that you're a Navy vet watching this channel. We appreciate you greatly for being here and enjoying it. And we thank you massively for the support as well and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I saw a fighter in the live chat say something interesting. He said smart people can think or do stupid things, and the less intelligent people can have plenty of common sense and avoid doing stupid things.
That's true.
It's
yeah.
interesting. It's interesting with that, by the way, because, like, for example, like, if you take someone who's like, let's say, like a Harvard graduate that became like an investment banker or something, considered high end, which would be that, and let's say they were driving their car like in the backwoods of Alabama or something, and they had a breakdown with their car, and they pulled into the nearest like backwoods Alabama mechanic stop or something like that. They would pull in and probably not be able to understand the dialect of the backwoods Alabama person, but I guarantee you, I could almost promise you that backwoods Alabama person that most people would stereotype as stupid could fix your car in a split second, and the investment banker who's highly educated would be like, how the hell did they do that quick? And, it's all relative. Like when people say someone's stupid, it's like they're not necessarily stupid. It's just that they have a different skill set. Like they're really good at this other thing. They may not be really good at communicating, but they can do this other thing extremely well. That's the way I look at it personally. Instead of saying this person's stupid, this person's not. It's like, well, they just may not be good at thinking about abstract things or something like that. And they may be better at something different.
I think you're misunderstanding me here. When I say stupid, I mean people who are ignorant, but they're also way too confident in their ignorance. Like, for example, very political people in the country who lean to the right or the left. Like, they don't know a damn thing. But whatever they're told, like, they can be told one day that say, affordability is an issue, and then the next day they're told by the same guy affordability is not an issue, and they go along with it. And then if you sit there and say, yeah, well, affordability is still an issue, they get angry with you and then start cussing you out. I mean, like people like that, they're either in cult worship at that point, or they're absolutely stupid to where they can't even understand that their line of reasoning or their own opinions have just been changed overnight because of a simple statement. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't mean like people who work in, say, low skilled jobs are stupid. I'm meaning more so people who are way too confident in their ignorance. That's what I would say is more so the measure of stupidity.
Yeah, I think that might come down to it's a lot of things. I think it may come down to psychology because I think deep down a lot of people know when they're following something stupid. I think a lot of people know that, but some people are willfully being ignorant. Like Robin said in the live chat, some people are willfully being ignorant because they're either angry with their life, they don't like where it's gone or something like that, and they see like some hateful ideology and they're like, yeah, I can go take that stupid, hateful ideology and I can take out my anger with that. I may deep down know that it's ridiculous and also it probably doesn't make much sense, but I'm just wanting to take out my anger so bad, I'm going to go partake in it. I think it's a big portion of it.
I mean, maybe, yeah, that could be a point as well. I don't know. Maybe you got a point that stupidity really probably isn't the best word for it. Maybe ignorance is probably a better way to say it. Or some people are made for certain, I guess you could say, parts of society. Everyone has their place.
Some people are just broken, and honestly, some people are just broken, because of things that have happened in the past, and they do stupid stuff to compensate for being broken psychologically in some ways or another. Not excusing it, by the way. Like, just because someone has some psychological issues does not give them a free pass to go join a bad group. I'm not advocating for that, but it may explain it, at least the decision-making process, a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better way to explain it, a little bit more nuanced than what I was saying. But sometimes, man, I will say this though. Sometimes you run into those people, and we have a couple of them every once in a while that we have to ban from the chat, and you're like, man, that person is not ignorant; they're stupid. like that is something else right there. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Marion Deemer, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Marion, as well, for that very generous 50. And we do appreciate that. And Marion said, wishing the brothers a wonderful and happy new year. And thank you for all you do and the information you give us. And Slava and Hiram Slava.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And hopefully we will have a great New Year's. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. And a huge thanks to you once again.
Yes, indeed. And our next one goes to none other than Marion Deemer yet again, who puts in another 50. And thank you very much, Marion, for the second support. And we appreciate that very, very much. And Marion said, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, and thank you.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. So humongous thanks to you once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Leesburg Paranormal, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Leesburg, for that support. He said, what's the charge? Eating a nice succulent Chinese meal? What's the charge, sir?
What are the charges? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off me. This man just touched me on the weenus. Man touched me on the weenus, people. Oh, man, no. Oh, yes, I see you know your judo. Well, good one. And you, sir, are you ready to receive my limp weenus? How? But beyond that, a huge thing.
Wait a second. There's a guy over here caressing my couch. Get away from that couch. Get away from that couch, Mr. Vice President. Get away from that couch.
Oh.
Leave it alone. It's brand new. It's brand new. Get away from it.
Listen, Martha.
Stop looking at that couch.
Oh my God, man! You know, now that, man, I actually heard, man, after you got that couch today, I heard that the Naval Observatory in Washington D.C. is vacant, and I've actually heard that there's a plane connected to the executive that's flying out here right now. So you better lock your doors and sleep with one eye open.
Also, by the way, disclaimer: I'm just joking. By the way, not trying to be political or nothing. Also, I'm joking. Obviously, there's nobody caressing my couch. My couch is perfectly fine. It will remain protected. I will keep my couch nice and stationary on the carpet, and it'll be good and fine right over there in the corner.
You know, actually, Matthew, I forgot to tell you that today I went to an ice cream store, and while I was in there, I heard behind me, look, Jack, you gonna order or not? And I said, huh? And he, oh, you gotta understand, you gotta pick vanilla, but there's a lot of things. The Himalayas, vanilla. It's where it comes from. Xi Jinping. The Chinese must be stopped. Greenland is a frozen island wasteland of ice and snow. And I said, oh, you can go in front of me.
Whoa, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. We're America. We own the finish line. We're America. Wait a minute. Whoa. Wait a minute. A little moment of clarity.
Man, that guy was senile the entire time, and then the one time that he wasn't, he dropped the hardest bars, and then he just went right back to it. It's like, bro, it's like, honestly, man, if he wasn't like, senile, honestly, man, he was like dropping bars the one time he wasn't. I was like, damn, I was like, get it, man. But then he went right back to it. It's like, well,
man, if only he could have pulled it together. He had a moment of clarity. Honestly, it looked zooted. Like when he was doing that speech, like his eyes were bugging, his eyes were wide open. I'm like, dang, this guy is awake.
Man, I mean, dude, they had him on that stuff. But it had him going for a minute, and I was like, damn, get it. And then it's so much potential wasted. You went right back to normal after that. It's like, oh well, it's like another one down the tubes. It's like, it is what it is these days. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Raven Patah, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Raven, for that support.
Hey!
They said, love you guys for being pro-American and pro-Western, and glory to the Western world that supports freedom.
And thank you so much for the support, and we thank you for appreciating that. We always try and take a position that supports America's interests and also our allies, because we all get ahead together. Every single time we talk on the channel, it doesn't matter who in the world's in charge, it doesn't matter what decisions they've made, we're still going to keep to our guns, and we're going to make sure to say what in the world is in the best interest of the nation. I'll be honest with y'all, folks, I've actually been thinking of writing a book. I don't think that ever happened, though, because books are quite long, and they take a lot of time to write, unless you have, some magic guy in the background that you pay to write it. And I don't want to do that. If we're going to write a book, we're going to write a book. So I was thinking about writing a book on what I think the nation should look like and where it should be going and what we should be doing, but that might get political. And,
A manifesto.
Oh no, not a manifesto. No. We don't say that word around here. We don't do that one. But
that is a manifesto, though. It has a bad connotation, but that is the definition of what that is.
I know, but there's so many goofy people who put out their stupid manifestos. It's like, here's why I had to go and do this heinous thing, and I'm like, oh, it's like, no, we don't say that word.
Honestly. That's not really like they're using the wrong word. That's not a manifesto. That's like something else. So they're using the wrong word for that.
Wouldn't that be like a requiem or something like that?
More like a declaration of, something bad. Like I don't want to say the other word for it, but it's like a declaration of something bad. It's not really a manifesto.
Yeah, that's true. But beyond that, I was thinking about eventually writing a book like that, so that way people could start to figure out what in the world my ambitions would be for the country if I was to get elected and where it would go. I was thinking of calling it something along the lines of the Republic or something like that, because I love that word, the Republic. It's a great, wonderful word. Big, beautiful Republic. Or clean, beautiful coal. Because everybody knows that coal is a real looker of a rock to look at, and we also all know it's clean, especially when it belches out all of that smoke when it gets burned. That's clearly clean. I don't know about y'all, but my house is covered in coal soot. It's very clean. But anyways, so that we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cerebrus once again, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Cerebrus. They said, can I ask a question for Super Chat? My wife's family, originally from Trinidad and U.S. citizens, visiting their family there, and they are a bit worried of the flight back home with the Venezuelan issue. What are the non-biased thoughts on safety?
Non-biased thoughts on safety. It will be safe to fly out of Trinidad and Tobago. I would say that it actually is concerning if they were trying to fly out of Aruba or Curacao, because there's actually been several near-miss collisions with U.S. Military aircraft in that area. But from what I would know, a flight out of Trinidad and Tobago would generally be safe. Most of those flights kind of skirt right over the very island rim on the Eastern Caribbean, and there really is not a lot of U.S. military air activity in that area to lead to possible in-air collisions. So I would say that it would be incredibly safe to fly flyback, and I don't really think they'd have too much to worry about, at least from what I know. But, take it with a grain of salt. That's my position, knowing what we know. It's always better to confide with the U.S. Department of State and their travel advisories on whether or not something is safe to do or not. So I would advise you or your family to go there and make sure to double check what I'm saying and see if it appears to be safe or not. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
I just realized that if Trinidad and Tobago, zoom in on the island real quick, if Trinidad and Tobago ever have a falling out, are they going to rename it Trinidad or Tobago?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it would just be Trinidad and then Tobago, because this is the island of Trinidad right here, this big one, and then this little one's Tobago.
Yeah, I feel like they should call it Trinidad or Tobago, like to make you pick.
Oh no! They've gotten a hold of Tobago! Like, no!
It's always these islands. It's always these islands.
Dude, they came down here, they said, man, this would make a great investment. Oh, God. Like, oh, God, no. Oh, man. I tell y'all, folks, that's a damn travesty right there. They've infiltrated Tobago. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Dunkel X, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Dunkel, as well, for that support. They said, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And what are your goals for the channel in 2026? 750,000 subs, or am I thinking too small? And God bless in LSA.
Thank you so much for the support. And our plans for 2026 is to stay on that grind. And wherever we end up, we end up. We never really have a goal year to year, actually, of what we're going to achieve or do. We kind of just take it as it goes, because we can only put in so much effort and work, and then basically the rest of it's luck in the algorithm, and also the hope that something big happens. And that's really what gets the channel ahead. So that's really kind of our plan for 2026, just keep the nose to the grindstone like we have for 4 years and hope that things turn out well. Truth be told, every single year is better than the last in pretty much every single metric. So if we just keep up doing what we're doing, next year should just by default be a better year than any of the prior years have been, at least with how the goings have been heading, at least for now. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Cruder Dragon, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Cruder, for that 20. And they said, Merry Christmas. And speaking of Lego, I'm building Lego right now, and over 10,000 pieces and over 6 sets. Django Fett, UCS Django Fett ship, AT-AT pilot, and an Asian garden. And also Yamato ship and Dora railway gun, not Lego brand.
Oh,
and also,
wow.
by the way, I'll be right back. I got to go tend to something. I'll be right back in like a minute.
Oh, he'll be back. But that is incredibly interesting to hear. And I got to say, I thank you for the support. And I've been looking at the Lego sets, folks, and the Lego sets are really interesting stuff. I've just found so many of them to be just wildly interesting, just to be entirely honest with you. And one of them that is really neat to me, and I'm kind of just, I'm like, I don't know, I'm going to build this little radio and see where I'm at, if I liked it a lot or there. But this little Tudor corner building right here is a really cool one. I like that one. It reminds me of all of the little towns that we traveled through in Britain when we went to Britain that one time. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. They also have an Enterprise D. That's pretty neat. I was like, wow, that's so cool. But one thing that really rustled my jostle as far as looking at the stuff and being like, wow, that's something I want to get. There was one thing, and let me go pull it up. It was this let me see it. Oh yeah, this thing is insanely expensive though. Let me see here if I can get you all the pictures of it. This Liber 13,000. Look at that thing. I mean, that thing is actually crazy right here. I mean, it's insanely expensive as well. It costs like 800 something bucks, so kind of on my price bracket, but still is pretty cool. And the whole thing is remote control and it works. I mean, isn't that cool? That is pretty neat.
That is pretty cool.
Oh, damn, he scared me there. But beyond that, there's a lot of cool sets that they have. Of course, it's an expensive hobby. All hobbies are expensive, so I won't really be able to get a lot of them. But that is really cool to hear that you got all those Lego sets. I gotta say, I'm really someone who can get into anything and find a great deal of interest in it, like model trains or trains in general, or planes or ships or Legos and all that stuff in between. And Lego is just a fun thing to sit down and start cracking at. Unlike model trains, which has a lot of electrical work and programming involved in it, this is like just more straightforward. You just snap the little bricks together and do to do. Hey, you got caught lacking. What's he talking about?
Man, I'm not gonna lie to you. I heard a crack. Like there's like occasionally like some cracking noises that happen with the frame because the wind's blowing, the cold, and all that stuff. And I heard the crack, and I was like, hmm. You know, whenever I hear noise, I always take it serious. I'm like, what is that? I'm like, could be the wood cracking, could be something else. So I looked down at the resting spot. I usually put my Glock over there on the resting spot, and I looked down. I was like, there's no Glock to be found here. I was like, what the hell? I was like, where'd it go? I was like, I usually set it right there. So I went looking for it. I had misplaced it in a different spot, which is very unlike me. And I was like, huh, that's weird. I misplaced it over there. So I moved it back to its resting spot, and now we're all good.
Oh dang, bro! I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. I keep one in every room. So it's nerf for nothing around here. It's like I'm just gonna be honest. It's nerf for nothing around here. So I never have to worry about that because there's always one within reach. Remember, kids. Note of the day. Oh, that's the wrong way to say it. Remember, folks. Note of the day. Like you can never be caught lacking if you got one in every room. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Bob Anon, who puts in a $15 support. And thank you very much, Bob, for that support as well. He said, in about the second year of the war, I asked via Super Chat how long you thought it would be before Russia had to resort to cavalry because of their extensive vehicle losses. And I guess now we know, an LOT-LOSA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I gotta say, it is kind of crazy. People used to ask about that. When are they going to start using horses? And then like it's answered now. It was just I think about 4 days ago. So I got to say, a big thanks to you for support. It finally came true. We now know it was 2 years later. That's the answer. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, I got to thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And Matthew, I wonder for like the really political people, man, who have to say that we like lean to the left or the right. How in the world, like, because recently, folks, because the current president is, Republican, and under the last administration, we would criticize him. So clearly, everyone would say that we were, right leaning. So now we're criticizing the current president, which is throwing some people for a tizzy, and some of them say they're left leaning. So how in the world did they say that, Matthew? And then also justify in their head that we are strapped. Like, how in the world, like, those two things, like, don't necessarily go together. So it's like, how in the world do they mentally justify that in their head? They're just like, oh, they're well-armed people of that certain sort of affiliation. It's like, how in the world did they, like, work that out?
Hell, being strapped knows no bounds. Like me personally, these days, how dangerous it's gotten everywhere in the whole world. It's smart to stay armed these days because you never know when a nut's going to come along and do something stupid. And I'm not one of these people that advocates everybody go out and be a hero or something like that. Like if someone's doing, like for example, we saw in Australia that whole situation happening down there. I guarantee you that wouldn't happen like that in America if somebody had to come here to do that. Somebody who's a licensed carry, like concealed carry, would have probably ended that threat a lot sooner. When they started doing that heinous act. So, I mean, I'm a big believer in stay strapped, especially today when you got so many nuts roaming the streets looking for trouble.
Man, I mean, honestly, that is pretty true. I mean, I would suppose. And also, I saw someone say, policy is not the man. These days it is. These days it entirely is because how they do it, like with modern politics in America, is that's basically like identity politics. It's not like it used to be. It's a completely different thing. You have to make politics your whole lifestyle. Like you can't it can't just be I think that this person has a better talking point or this other person does, like it always was. Nowadays you have to like live, breathe, and eat either being a Republican or a Democrat. And if you don't fall within exactly how they mandate your lifestyle and identity has to be, then clearly you're of the other side. And that's really fun for us because we fall like right down the middle. And if something's stupid, we just call it for what it is. It's a stupid plan or it's a stupid move. We just don't really care who in the world did it. And some people are more stupid than others that are in the office. But generally, at least from my running experience running the show, everyone's stupid. So, at least everyone that holds the, executive offices. So, then people sit there and go, wait a minute, he's like criticizing the guy on the left, so clearly he's MAGA. And then with the current president, wait a minute, they're criticizing MAGA, so clearly they're snowflakes or liberals or something. It's like no. It's like we fall down the middle, and when we see something that's stupid, we just call it for what it is. We really don't care. If the guy does good, he does good. I mean, good on him. But if he does badly, he does badly. And we're not going to sugarcoat it or pretend like it's okay or, sit there and say, say in the prior election, like someone says we're going to make America affordable again, and then they don't, and then they say that affordability is a scam. We're not going to sit there and go, well, affordability is a scam. We're going to go, well, he said that he was going to make it affordable again. Now he's calling it a scam. So what the hell is it? And that's clearly not what he promised he was going to do. So, we call stuff for what it is, and then people can't wrap their minds around that because you have to be a cult worshiper these days on the left or the right, or you're just clearly the devil to them if you don't agree with everything that the higher-ups tell them to believe in. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, apparently big news just came out. The founder and commander of the Russian Volunteer Corps was apparently killed just now in the Zaporizhzhia front. According to the unit, he died while carrying out a combat mission, and preliminary reports point to an FPV drone strike that took him out. So the guy that you've always seen in those videos of the Russian Volunteer Corps apparently is now deceased, according to the unit, at least according to reports we're hearing. So that's pretty big news.
Dang, that is actually pretty crazy. The Russian Volunteer Corps, out of the two, the Free Russian Army and the Russian Volunteer Corps, it's generally the smaller of the two, from what I know. That was the one that was more so like on the extreme fringe between the two groups. Unfortunate to hear though, because he had been involved in some significant campaigns inside of Russia and also inside of Ukraine. But with that, I hope we were able to break that news for all of y'all somewhat decently. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cerebrus, who puts in a $100 support.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that massive support. Yet again, that is a lot of support tonight, Cerebrus, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And they said that thank you so much. They were really worried. And with some of the things happening with explosions so close to them, and they want to come home to my wife and grandkids, and hope everyone gets some donations for LSA and Enforcer Team.
And thank you so much for the support, Cerebrus 3. And I gotta say that I would hopefully think that there's no reason for concern in Trinidad and Tobago, at least. I think they should be able to get out of there just fine. But, once again, do make sure to check the Department of State's travel advisories on the Department of State's website, because they will have the full in-depth knowledge of what the situation is around that area and whether it's safe or not. And so I do thank you massively for the support, but hopefully they can all get out of there safe and sound and return back to the States and hopefully let all of this blow over and hopefully everything will dissipate so that way things are back to normal down there, or at least the situation is well under control. And so with that, I got to thank you massively once again for that humongous support, once again, Cerebrus, and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Andrew Krigbaum, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that support. He said, you guys are awesome. And thank you for everything, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words. You're awesome for supporting the channel. And we thank you massively for helping us to keep this thing rolling. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to MacTild, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, MacTild. They said, tip to slow playback speed. Click the setting wheel and scroll to playback speed. Click arrow. Move slider to 80 to 90%. Speed changes in a few seconds. And can and can hear what works for you. And click wheel to close window. Oh.
Thank you for the support. Hopefully it wasn't too fast tonight. I didn't want to also we're already going overtime. That's kind of why I was trying to go a little bit faster earlier tonight, is because I knew we had a lot to say and little time to say it, which is kind of crazy because this is a 3.5 hour stream and we still really didn't have enough time to say everything. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And remember, folks, you can always speed up or slow down the audio replay to whatever speed you desire, so you can make it faster or slower. And I've heard if you make it faster, I sound just like Ben Shapiro. So, you can listen to Ben Shapiro give you the news, or you can sit there and listen to him tell you about how retirement's stupid, or how in It's a Wonderful Life, the evil banker man is actually the good guy in the movie.
Facts.
Actually, as a matter of fact, everyone in the United States needs to work to death because it's absolutely stupid to think that they shouldn't be working for their shareholders to make them better money. Thanks.
Excuse me. Owned facts. I
gotta be honest with y'all. Sitting here for my net worth of several tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars, I think it's absolutely stupid that Americans living paycheck to paycheck think that they ought to get it easy when they're turning 60 and 70. Excuse me. Thanks. I'm gonna go to Tahiti, but y'all can work and die. Shit and die. Damn it. It's like I destroyed all those idiots who are wanting an easy life with facts and logic. Work to death. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to G. Williker, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, G. Williker, for that $10 support. And also a big shout out to Crispy, who put in a 10 as well. And we appreciate the both of you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, and the thanks to both of y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you, both of y'all, once again, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we just wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it rolling. So a huge thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
You know what gets me and also like really just hurts my soul is people say that guy's such a great public speaker, and it's like his whole like speech will be excuse me they, it's like I don't think that's great public speaking if you're saying every 2 seconds like a maniac, and you're also going thanks excuse me. It's like dude, something like it's falling apart like a broken car or something. Something like the bits and pieces are falling off of it like it's a clown car.
It's interesting to me, man. Like when you look at the political field these days, anyone on the left or the right, what people qualify as a great public speaker is just people who throw out good gotchas. Like it's never like a real debate. It's always just like a gotcha. Like someone will be like, I don't really think that let's see, let me think of something. I don't really think that having that many preservatives in food is good. So what, you want to destroy the US economy? And then they put like, the microphone down. So it's like what kind of a gotcha was that? It's like that's totally, it's not even getting close to what they're saying. It's like something along those lines, and it's like, what the hell? It's like that's not even a real public speaker or a debater. I feel like you and me have very good debates on the channel because we actually like allow each other to talk and kind of bat things back and forth, and we'll fact check our statements to make sure they're correct, and we'll back off if they're wrong. It's like that's a real debate. It's like what a lot of people do in the political sphere these days. It's literally just gotchas and then like rapid fire talking to try and get people off guard and to try and outspeed them because they might be unprepared and make them slip up and then go in for the kill once they slip up. It's not a sincere way of arguing, or well, not arguing, but debating more so. But also, Mandy, how many super chats do we have left?
We have a few.
How many?
About 10.
Oh, that's not too bad. I thought we had like a gazillion to go. Like I was thinking we probably have like 30. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to thanks Bradley Barrows. Thank you for putting that $10 support. We do appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. And Bradley said they're eating the donkeys. They're eating the horses.
Actually, they need to eat the horses and donkeys. Thanks, because you have to understand.
Donkeys.
Well, you have to understand, Matthew, that we call them donkeys sometimes, like Banksy paintings. But nevertheless, you're owned. Get down. Get lost. Goodbye. Thank you. But nevertheless, I do have to say that they are bringing in the donkeys and horses, but that's a good thing because it actually means that it's going to make the Russian economy even better. Thanks, because that's how it works. It's in the name, Russia. Russia horseface. But big thanks to you once again for the support. Thanks, and I hope that addressed that well. Thanks. Thank you. And destroyed. And with that, I thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Mock, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Mock, for that support. He said, do you think by blocking Venezuela, this could cause economic crisis in Venezuela? And is that the end game?
And to some degree it can, but they're basically already in poverty, at least a large part of the population. So it won't really cause a lot of hardship for most people because they're already in extreme hardship. But it will cause some problems for the upper echelons of Venezuela. So I will say that yes, it will cause damage, but not to the large majority of the population, a lot like it was in Russia. Because Russia had at least some minimal living standard to fall from grace from. Venezuela is already at rock bottom, so it's really hard to get farther down rock bottom from there. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Shauna, who puts in a 10. He said, thank you for providing the best updates.
And thank you for enjoying our news and enjoying our updates. We try our best, and I hope that we've had some minimal success tonight. And so big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than Sergeant Soggy, who puts in a 9. Thank you very much, Sergeant, for the support. He said, Matt, please buy a matching footstool. And believe it or not, Sergeant Soggy, I splurged a little bit. I did get an ottoman. That's the fancy word for it. And we're talking about like a footstool ottoman. Honestly, I was told it was called an ottoman, so that's what they're telling me. So I went with it. But I got the little footstool thing that goes with the couch because I wanted to sprawl out like toward the TV right here. I'm not talking about the Turks. What the hell? I'm not talking about the Turks. I'm talking about the Ottoman, not the Grand Ottoman Empire either. I'm talking about like the footstool. I'm trying to put my feet on it. Honestly, Vladimir Putin's putting his feet on the Turks these days. I guess he's calling them an Ottoman. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to tell y'all, folks, it's kind of weird having an Ottoman inside of his house because he's always asking me if I want a Turkish delight, and I'm like, no, man, I'm good. But beyond that. Beyond that stupid joke, he does have an Ottoman, which is pretty cool, and it was very comfy, actually. I was like, wow, that's so nice. And so, with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And honestly, man, that was the most Ottoman picture I could find on Google Images. You're like, I got an Ottoman. I pulled up the first sultan I could find of the Ottoman Empire, and I was like, there we go, perfection.
When you see old pictures like that, that's the era of history when they painted the pictures and portraits that look like that. Like, go back to it for a second. I want to make a point here real quick.
Oh, damn.
Let's see if we can get this Ottoman man back up. I want to see this Ottoman.
Let's see. Hold up. I got to go find. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah, when you see them painted like this and they're sort of like in that pastel color, this is the era of history where it was like there was a small skirmish on the Turkish border. Only 1 million died. And it's like, what? Only 1 million? It's like, that's a lot. It's like, this is this era. Like also those Chinese stories, like of the Chinese wars and battles and stuff. They're like, for an example, this is not a real story, but Mao Zedong got angry one day and 2 million died that night. It's like, what? It's like, that's crazy talk. It's like, why are you acting like this is a footnote? This is like a huge deal.
Man, you know what's actually kind of interesting about that, especially in, say, ancient Roman history, a lot of their battles are just extremely exaggerated. Like, in one battle, I forgot what the battle was in Roman history, but they said that 1 million Roman soldiers were present at that one battle. There wasn't even that many people alive in all of Rome, like, at that time. Everyone was like people in the modern day are like, there's no way that they had 1 million-man army in that spot. There was no way to even feed that many people in one area at one time back then, unless you were literally moving the whole of Rome with them. And so a lot of them are actually kind of exaggerated, but the one that you're talking about is the War of the Heavenly Ascension, I believe it was, I think it was let me pull it up, War of Heavenly.
I think Vladimir Putin's trying to pull that off in the modern day. It's like, oh, look, the Russia-Ukraine war, only like a few million Russians died. And everybody's like, whoa, what the hell? Everybody's like, that's crazy.
Oh, yeah, here it is, man. This is the one that you're talking about, the Taiping Rebellion, or the War of Heavenly Ascension, as I've heard it called before. But what it was, basically, folks, is that this guy was trying to become a civil servant, and he was an absolute bum, and he kept failing the civil servant tests. So he got sick one day with a fever, and while he was sick with a fever, he had like a hallucination or something that he was the brother of Jesus Christ. Keep in mind, by the way, this is in the 1860s when this was happening. So it's literally 1800 years after Jesus died. So this guy has a hallucination that he's the brother of Jesus Christ, and that he's there to bring forward a Christian nation in China. And crazily enough, a whole bunch of people believe this guy, although Jesus was dead for 1870 years, or, well, more so about 1850 years by the time this was happening. And then, if you look at the casualties, 20 to 30 million dead. This is the biggest.
Holy crap.
This is actually the third deadliest war in human history behind World War I and World War II is the Taiping Rebellion.
All because of the hallucinating guy?
Yeah. All because
who did the killing?
His armies, like the armies of the Heavenly Kingdom.
He was taking out the Chinese government?
Yeah, he was taking on the Qing dynasty.
Damn. Well, what year was this?
This was back in, 1850 to 1864. So crazily enough, while the U.S. Civil War was going on, this was going on across the seas.
Damn, that makes the Civil War look like light work.
Oh, man, we were sitting there.
That's bad.
Man, we were sitting there going, 407 years ago. And meanwhile, in China, 500,000 men just died in this one battle. That's literally everyone that died in the entire U.S. Civil War in one battle in this war.
If only they would have had Twitter during those times. I think they might have like came to a ceasefire or something like that in America and just called it quits. They to see what was going on over there.
Man, I mean, honestly, dude, you know what's crazy, man, is that the Utah War happened 8 years into this one. So the Mormon uprising out here in Utah happened 8 years after this war had started and was going on strong in China.
That's crazy work right there. Like that, they got to get under control with that. Like, I hope they don't do that again.
You know what's even crazier, man, is that I think if I remember correctly, Oliver Hazard Perry opened Japan up to trade in 1855, and while he was doing that in China, they were having the third deadliest war in human history. It was basically World War I, but in China.
That's crazy work right there. That's crazy.
It is.
You know something that is fascinating about China, though? I heard one of their propagandists saying this yesterday. I'm like, Honestly, that's kind of like a hard piece of propaganda. I will admit, like I know it's propaganda, but it kind of went hard. He was like, I think the guy, I can't remember if it was like the foreign minister of China or something like that. He was like, nations have fallen and come and gone and stuff like that, and China's been around for like thousands of years or something, and we'll always remain here or something like that. It was something along those lines. I was like, I think say what?
I just went, oh, like knowing the history of China, that's not true.
Yeah, they've been around for a long time, but I mean, it hadn't been easy. Like, I mean, they've been, going to war and killing each other for a long time. So, they finally consolidated and sort of like put themselves under the Communist Party. And I guess Xi Jinping is going to be leading them into the future if he can hold them to power long enough and, the real estate doesn't collapse again or something like that. Maybe he can lead them forward.
Man, the joke about Chinese history, man, is that every single time that China unified itself, it would collapse like right afterwards. Like it's happened so many times. It's like almost impossible to count it. Like some emperor would finally unite the whole of China, and then he'd die like 10 years later, and then the entire thing would collapse into an even worse situation than it was when he was uniting it. And then that would happen, and then it would happen again, and then someone would reunite it and it would collapse again. It's like, yeah, China's been around for thousands of years, but the Chinese government that's there today is not the Chinese government that was there 3,000 years ago. I mean, China has changed so much from 3,000 years ago. It's not even the same place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they can at least say they've been around, but I mean, they've been around and the quality of life hadn't been that good over 1,000 years or whatever, or a few thousand years. Hadn't been really around that good for good quality of life, but they have existed though.
Yeah, that's it is something crazy, man, when you think about it. Also, what's something even crazier, man, is that the British were actually involved in this war on the Qing dynasty side. And during this time, they also went and fought the Russians in Crimea in the Crimean War in 1853 to 1854. So, folks, this is something funny that no one ever thinks of. Britain was the United States of America of this age in the 1800s. They were everywhere doing everything. They were quite literally the world police of their time. Almost every war that you can look at back then in every other corner of the globe, the British were involved in the conflicts somehow, some way, in either a large way or a smaller way or in a supporting role or something along those lines, but they were basically the United States before we became the United States in terms of the power that they held globally. And a lot of people go, well, why don't we just back out of the world and go hide? It's like, I think a lot of British people talk about that, about how they're a fallen empire these days because they did that, and it didn't turn out well for them. Britain's still a fine place now, but it doesn't have the kind of, I guess you could say, luster that it used to have because they don't have an entire global empire behind them. It's like that was a huge economic engine for the British. And, while the United States doesn't directly control any territory outside the United States, we have a very large empire, if you want to call it that, of allies and friends that we trade with that also are a part of our sphere of influence, and generally we lead the way. It's basically the same thing as far as the benefits that come from it for everyone.
Well, something that's interesting is China has begun importing, like getting off the wars for a second. China's imports have been changing recently. I'm not sure if people have heard, but China has suddenly raised their honey imports like a lot. Like the honey imports have gone through the roof. Some are saying that it's maybe because they need honey for, what was that? I'm sorry?
Honey.
Yeah, some are saying it could be for maybe they need honey to supply the people. Some people are saying that the spirit of Winnie the Pooh of blood and honey has come back to the woods, the 100-acre wood. And some say that he's not out to play this time. Some say that the 100-acre wood is going to become Taiwan. So they need extra honey to feed the addiction. But nobody really knows why it's going up like that. It's a big industry in China, the whole honey industry. And it seems like the imports are growing for some reason. It's kind of interesting that the people feeding the addiction of honey, like in that special honey pot that Winnie the Pooh used to use. You might pull up a picture of that so I can illustrate this. I want to see a picture of that classic Winnie the Pooh honey pot. I have to have that before I can go on.
Okay. I'm trying the quickest I can, man.
I'm making him rush to find that honey pot.
There we go.
There it is. That's the honey pot. That one that says honey on it, like, Hunny, not honey. I'm talking about honey. Yeah, it's the best type. That type in that pot. Look at that. It's literally spilling out the side. It looks like cheese sauce, but it's honey. It's not the type you put on your coney dog. This is the type you eat. Put your whole hand in it. You actually put your whole fist in it if you're eating it right. And you take your whole fist out and you, like Winnie the Pooh did, you just suck on your fist.
Like a chunky.
That's a real picture right
Bro,
there.
I swear I saw a guy like...
Jinping.
Dude, I swear I saw a guy like that in downtown Salt Lake near the library the other day.
Man, I'll tell you what, he didn't have a honey, but he had some other things in the pot.
Bro, I saw...
But this...
I think it was called like Trank or something.
Drank. But you see right here, though, Winnie the Pooh is just sucking down that honey right there. I feel like this is a good example of Xi Jinping. He's except in the honey pot, there's semiconductors in Xi Jinping's honey pot, and he wants to have a taste of those semiconductors, so he might invade.
Man, the way you said invaded the so Jim said, you said, you might invade. I was like, damn. I was like, bro, they getting serious.
What the hell's in that on the left?
This?
No, that picture you're just on. Do you see that bag on the left? And they wrote honey on it. What the hell is that?
Bro, I don't think that's no bag. I think I think that's a food
what
or
is
something.
It?
I don't know, man. I have
like
no
white,
clue.
white liquid. I don't know what that is.
I have no clue, man. I'm looking at that. I got many. I don't know, cheese or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Certainly not honey, that's for sure. Like yeah, I can tell. But it's interesting, man. They got a lot of these. They got a bag.
Oh, there's the one right there. It's like go down to the one to honey. It's that one that looks like a wicker basket.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that one. Look at that. That right there is honey.
Honey, man, like oh yeah, oh man, we're cracking.
Honestly, I like the Winnie the Pooh, the Adventures of Pooh, like the one that like the full movie, that one right there you see a picture of right there, the classic. I like that one a lot.
This one?
No, the one to the left. Yeah, I like this one. Right
oh
here.
yeah, he eating it.
Hey, jump off of that.
Oh yeah, oh shit, yeah, like bro, oh no, like oh no, bro, I can hear the jets pulling up in Orlando. Oh shit, man, but anyways, so that, folks, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Crispy, once again for that second support of the night. We do appreciate it. And we also have a 10 from Cerebrus once again, who said, damn cooking it. Can we get a Ben Shapiro and Piers Morgan improvisation? And you guys have been hilarious for first live show scene. And good folding camping chairs are cheap and amazing. Walmart. And that's what I was using before, by the way, but I got tired of sitting in it, so I went to the rug. Let's see here. Excuse me. I can do him pretty easy. Piers Morgan.
Do you understand what you're doing?
I mean, some say I'm going to come to America and tell them about their gun ownership as a British man. I say, sir. Honestly, I can't do him well at all. Like, Piers Morgan is almost unimpressionable.
Do you understand what you're doing? I don't think I could do him either, actually.
Something about Piers Morgan, like nothing against Piers, like, he's just another fella doing his thing on the podcasting and stuff like that. But there's something missing with Piers. I don't know what it is. It's like you look at him on the interviews. It's like he's just sitting there. It's like he's absorbed himself into the seat. Like he's just sort of like he's like one with the chair. It's like, where's the person here? It's like he's like Wolf Blitzer. You know how Wolf Blitzer has like no soul? Like he's dedicated to the news game. Like he is like no soul. He sits there and he's just like a robot almost. It's almost like Piers Morgan is the same thing, but more in the commentary side of things instead of the news side of things.
Man, that's actually kind of true, man. But you know who does that more so than anyone else?
Who?
Tucker Carlson.
I
mean, dude, like he'll.
I don't know. He still got something there.
But he does.
I'm not sure if it's good.
Dog face, though.
At least the confused dog face. It's like an act. The confused dog face. Like that was a strategy.
Do you think they're putting fluoride in the water? Like that kind of face.
Honestly, he had all of his guests thinking that he was bewildered by what they were saying. That's and the guests were, I guess, goofy enough to think that he was bewildered by it instead of realizing he does this to literally everybody. He puts on that dog face. It's like, yes, it's a strategy. I guess it maybe worked or maybe not. I guess it didn't work too long. He had to move on to something else. But
wait, I got one in the chat, man. You see it? Can y'all do that impersonation? He has an interesting voice.
They're turning the frogs. They're turning a different way.
You gotta understand, man. Oh my god, man! I gotta think about how to do that one, man. I gotta think on that one. I've done it before.
Well, I
but-
had never seen them. I ain't never seen them.
They're turning the freaking frogs. But you gotta understand that I'm all into conspiracy theories until someone else says them, and then I'm like, it's just like, and then I'm telling people to calm it down. It's like, isn't that kind of weird? This guy built his entire like career on conspiracy theories, and then someone else says one, and then he's like, let's tamp down the conspiracy theories. It's like, what the hell? It's like, isn't that your whole career? Like doing that? It's like, I don't understand that one. Like, that would be like us saying, man, foreign policy and diplomacy news is very important. And then someone else gets into it and they're basically like, doing the same thing we do. And then we're like, whoa, slow your roll. Diplomacy and foreign policy isn't like that. It's literally what we're doing. It's like, I don't get that one. It's like, that one's quite a mystery to me, Like, I was like, I thought this guy was a conspiracy theory, dude.
I tell you what, that line he said, though, about, I've never seen the president suck a ding dong. It's like, what? It's like, I was saying, what again? I'm like,
I never seen the president suck a ding dong. And if he did, so what? It's like, that didn't age well.
It's like, okay. I don't know if I wanted to hear that, but it's like, okay.
Man, remember when they were, remember when they were like in court and like they were asked about the supplement thing and they're like, so it says it does this. Have you ever tried that? Like, it's like. Oh,
what do you say?
It was like the it was like.
Do you recall?
I don't want to get into too much of the detail on the product, Matthew, but it was like a kind of.
I know the product. I saw the clip. I just can't remember what he said.
I think it was like his co-host dude guy that was like the one answering the questions there, but it was something like, "Yeah, I tried it. And does it work?" Well,
yeah. Want to know.
Like, yeah, and he was like, well, yeah. And I was like, wait a minute. If that works, does that mean like it's like, oh, no. It's like, oh no.
Sounds like a good opportunity to plug the product.
Man, honestly, man, they were on that grind even in the court. Like, man, they were like, it works.
that attorney was trying to get put on the sauce.
Man, he was like, so say someone had that issue. It's like, so would you recommend it? It's like, yeah, it's a court. It's like,
it works great. I can attest.
It works great. They don't want you to know this. Man, they don't want you to know this, but it works just fine. But anyway, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Live, Laugh, Toasted Bath, who puts in an 8. And thank you very much, Live, Laugh, Toaster, for that support. They said, good evening, enforcers, and LSA, and Merry Christmas to all. And take one from the chat and LLT, LSA.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying what we're doing. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the one from the chat goes to Vollinger, who said, when do you believe Invasion Day will come between Thailand and Cambodia?
It may be coming, like, just after the ceasefire lapses, I think. Or it may be coming before the ceasefire even lapses. We don't really know. But I'd have to say it's probably going to be soon, because I don't really have a lot of a hope that the ceasefire is going to hold here. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cerebrus once again, who puts in a 5 and said, thank you for trying. Well done, laughing to tears with the humor.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for enjoying the humor. We try our best to get folks laughing. And some people say, they call us up and they go, sir, you're doing your best. You're making everyone laugh. You're making America laugh again. And I go, that's great. That's wonderful. Being the president means that I'm full of jokes, including my administration. It's a great big joke. It's funny. It's really funny. Licenses are about to be stripped for anyone who points that out, though. But beyond that, though, great times, great times. Big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. If it wasn't for folks like you, where would we be? We would be under a bridge. We would be under a bridge, folks, and we'd be crying for money. We'd be going, spare a dime, brother. Can you spare a dime? And nobody has dimes to spare because the economy is doing so well. And you don't get pennies for your thoughts anymore. You get nickels. We got rid of the pennies. The pennies are too expensive. It costs 3 cents to make a penny. Make that make sense. That doesn't make any damn sense, but nevertheless, it costs 3 cents to make a penny, and so we had to get rid of them. So no more pennies for your thoughts, just nickels. Great, beautiful nickels. They're great, they're wonderful. They're not made of nickels, they're made of like zinc or something. But we call them nickels anyways. Why not? But still, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And we're going to speed up. But this one goes to Cerebrus, who puts in a 5. He says, not Santa. It's Samuel L. Rudolph saying hello. Say what one more time?
Say what? One more time. I can't do his voice. I'm going to give up right there. Like, I'm about to turn that Wheel of Fortune guy when he tried to do Scooby-Doo. He went, oh! It's like, that's not good. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Taoist Auditor, who puts in the 5. He said, I heard Santa got shot down as a drug mule. Too many outboard reindeers. He had 11 rather than 2.
Oh, no. Like, Santa actually got shot down in Russia that last year on a Christmas ad. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Blazat, who put in a $4 support, and we do appreciate you very much, Blazat, for that generous support. And we also have a 2 from Setai Church, who said, tell me again, USA can't start a crusade.
Well, I mean, we were not technically supposed to. I mean, doesn't stop people from trying, but this country is not a religious country at all. It doesn't profess any religion, or it's not supposed to, at least. And it never has, and it never should. So I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cerebrus once again, who put in a 2. And Cerebrus, and thank you very much for that support once again, Cerebrus, and we do appreciate that. And it's now time to move on to our live chat questions proper and jump into our Morse code decoders of the night. And tonight we had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Airbud Garbo, Ariel Fluffiness, Kush, Coverteric, Siren, Brian Blairstown. They said, the Morse says, we are still at the brink of a shooting war with Russia. It's a knife's edge, LLT, LSA.
And ding, 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 ding. And that is the sound of money. And we reached, y'all hit that down on the nail. That's the most coincidence of the night. I almost messed up my lines right there. Y'all got that correct. I got to congratulate y'all for that. And I got to say, the Least Spring Army Signal Corps never misses a Morse code message. Now, folks, this stream is almost 4 hours long now. I'm sure many of y'all know we are overtime, unfortunately. So with that in mind, everyone, we're going to have to make sure to get 3 live chat questions, and we're going to have to leave it at that alone. And then we're going to round this thing on out for the night, and of course see y'all tomorrow at some time on the short war video or the live stream. So, Matthew, what is the third to last question of the night?
And this one goes to Fire Guy, who said, what does it mean that Israel has recognized Somaliland as a country?
I really don't even know. Like, to be entirely honest with you, I saw that day, I went, what? Okay, whatever. I guess it's a way for Israel to try and get some diplomatic favor with Somaliland, so that way they can try and build a base there, so that way they can launch strikes on the Houthis easier, maybe. That's probably one of the things that I could come up with that would make that make sense. But beyond that, I really don't know what the point of that was. But still, I hope that does address that well. And also, a big shout out to Crispy9775, who just threw in a 10 with no comment. But we thank you massively for that support, Crispy, because you're helping us to keep this channel extra crispy and all-American, and also all-allied. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, we got a 5 from Carpadale, who said, Merry Christmas, LSA, and thank you very much. And I wish you a Merry Christmas as well, and I hope that you've had a great one. And of course, long live the Least Spring Army, and the Least Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who said, now that Poland and Estonia appear to be taking the gloves off with Russia, do you think the other NATO states will finally follow suit and stand up to Russian provocations?
They might follow suit. I'm about to turn into Yoko Ono over here. I'm about to go, Wah! But beyond that, I got to say, I would generally believe that they might. But, some countries' leaderships might be more hesitant than others. It really depends on how the prevailing thoughts of each government is, but I think that this is probably going to be the lead-in for a lot of other countries to follow if they were hesitant up until now. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. Matthew, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Marie Jacobs. Excuse me, who said, does the seizure of the Venezuelan oil tankers bound for China have any real effect on China's oil reserves? Also, would it actually help delay China from invading Taiwan?
Not really from what I know. From what we generally know, most Chinese oil tanks and oil reserves are generally topped up at the moment and have been for a long time due to the cheap influx of oil that they have been getting from the Russian Federation for a bit. So it's not going to directly affect them, at least in the short term for now, probably over the next 6 to 7 month period. But it might affect them if that ends up becoming long term, which it most likely won't be in any situation. So for that reason, it's not really that big of a deal for them. They'll probably be able to manage that part just fine. Not to say that they're not having a whole bunch of issues in a whole different other category inside of China in its own right, but that probably won't end up becoming another crisis or major issue for them. This will be like a small road bump, and it might affect available reserve supplies, but it'll never tap directly into any sort of usable fuel storage like the Russians got into where it started a fuel shortage. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, everyone. And ring, ring the banjo. I like that good old song. But anyways, we've reached the end of the night, folks. Getting out of the country accent there. We've reached the end of the night. I got to thank you all so much once again for watching and enjoying tonight. We have had a whopping 13.4 thousand people here at the peak on our homecoming stream after Christmas break, and 110,000 people have watched this stream before it ended. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people from around the world and here in the United States consider this channel to be their primary source of news. If you have considered it to be your primary source of news tonight and you thought it was pretty good, you can always subscribe. You know, it helps us out a little. You know, it makes us happy to see it. So, you know, you can hit that little subscribe button and then the bell button, you know, and do all that. Or, you know, you can hit the like button, or, you know, you can do anything else. I mean, you know, hell, you can hit the dislike button. I don't know why you would, but you could if you wanted to. You know, no one's stopping you. It's a free country. But anyways, folks, it is time for us to round this thing out. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is enough news to make a short war video tomorrow, then y'all will be getting none other than the high-quality presentation of Enforcer Matt on that short war video. And so with that, we will see you all then or on the stream. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. Maybe on the shore video if there is enough news to cover at midday, and definitely on the stream tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern to cover the rest of the news throughout the day, as I'm sure there will be big happenings tomorrow and probably maybe some broken ceasefires. You never can tell. But in the meantime, a huge shout out to the 110,000 plus people that watched the stream by the end of it tonight, and also the 4,300 likes. And we appreciate every single one of you for smashing that like button, and we will see you all tomorrow, of course. And in the meantime, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava. Get some rest and good night.
Something is going to